Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the West Hartford Board of Education public hearing and third budget workshop. We're not going to be gaveling into a formal meeting. We're just going to proceed more informally, first with comments from and remarks from the public, and then we're going to move from that when people are done into our workshop. I'm going to kind of give the lay of the land here before we proceed. First, I want to start by thanking all of you for coming out tonight, and for all of those who have come out in previous nights to our town forum at Charter Oak, and then to previous meetings here, and certainly for all of the hundreds and hundreds of emails that we've received from town residents. For us, certainly this is a measure of the value and importance of our schools in the town of West Hartford, and we really, it heartens us to see such passion and commitment to our schools and our students, our teachers, and our programs. So I thank you very much for that. So the plan for tonight, as I mentioned, is to first start with the public hearing, which follows our typical format with a twist, which is I have a list of people who have signed up, and if others wish to sign up, they can continue to do so. It is 3 minutes per speaker. You'll receive a yellow card at 2 minutes, and then and a red card, and you're ejected from the game. So, or 2 yellows and a red. Anyway, if you want to sign up, you can do so. Unlike other nights, there's no 20-minute limit, so we can just. I'm assuming people are here for the budget. Of course, you can speak on other things as well, but budget is first and foremost on people's minds, so we'll stick to that. I have to say 2 things on that. One, I'm going to read the list of things that we have as a board unanimously decided not to cut. And Professor Greenberg already mentioned these at our last public meeting, but I'll mention them again, both just to let you know, but also to encourage you, since this is probably going to be a long night because we have a lot to discuss. If your talking points address one of these items that I'm about to mention, we encourage you perhaps not to address them because it's not really necessary. So to that point. So we have taken off of the table for cuts the following items: early intervention reading specialists from the elementary schools, librarians in elementary schools, world language in elementary schools, not raising class size guidelines, and changing anything to the full day kindergarten in any school. At the high school, we are not considering eliminating high school reading teachers, and system-wide middle school and elementary school Quest. So those items are not being considered for rescission. Understand that tonight what we will do is continue to go over the list of additional budget reductions for consideration by the board that Superintendent Moore has given to us, so we're going to continue to do that. And then also, if I could say that if people speak and then someone is subsequent to that person is going to speak on exactly the same thing, I don't want to, nor would I discourage people from speaking, but again, in consideration of time and efficiency and other people wanting to speak, maybe be mindful of redundancies here, because we've heard a lot from people and we appreciate that, but we also want to kind of get to our business to the workshop as well. What we'll do tonight in the workshop after the public conversation is to do 3 things. One, we're going to follow up on any unresolved items from the meeting of March 21st. That is, we're going to go back into the list and discuss those with the help of people from the administration. We're going to continue on with things that we have not yet discussed on this list. And then finally, we're going to review any additional relevant items that have come our way via suggestions from the public, some things that have been raised here at the table by my colleagues on the board. And again, Dr. Greenberg has compiled these and will share these for us to discuss. Finally, our next step will be on Tuesday, April 4th. So next week, we will gather here again as a board to have any final discussions and vote on the budget, which will then move on to the town council to be integrated into the larger town budget. I should say, as you know, from the first of these budget meetings, Superintendent Moore has already presented to us his suggested budget, which already has $2.1 million in reductions to what is called the roll forward budget, that is keeping things as they are. So already a substantial cut to that budget, but not including these other larger programmatic decisions that we're going to be reviewing today and that we have already begun to discuss in the past. I don't know if there's anything else my colleagues want to mention before we open it up to public comment? No. All right, so we'll get started. Again, please come to the mic when I call your name, and with apologies in advance for mispronouncing any names. You just can speak directly into the mic. You don't have to press any buttons. Say your name and your address. And it is the board policy that we do not require people to be residents of the town of West Hartford. So you can certainly, we understand that teachers, for example, live outside of West Hartford, or other people as well. So we'll start off with Pam Moffo.
Sorry, folks. Thank you very much. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pam Moffo, and I live at 28 Mountain Road here in West Hartford. And I speak to you not only as a very proud resident, but as an even more proud teacher of the West Hartford Public Schools for 40 years, a proud member of the Physical Education Health Department at Conard. And I appreciate you sharing a few minutes of your time. So I know you don't know me well, but if I didn't write down a few notes, I would have bells probably ringing or something, or Tom would be going like this, like he used to do at meetings. So I will try to stay right on the mark here. Can I begin with somehow, and I know this, nobody knew this was going to be happening to this degree, but I sure wish that maybe out of all of this, we had an opportunity maybe in the future where every year we could have a representative from our department, and all departments, meet with you and really do an extensive walkthrough of the curriculum and what's happening day to day with the students. I think, you know, when these things come up so quickly and suddenly you have to make earth-shattering decisions, I know you would feel probably a lot better if you were armed with everything you needed. So besides the fact that I can't go over the entire value and its impact of the physical education program on our healthy children and young adults in town, let me talk more specifically about the high school years. Spirit, mind, and body. As an undergraduate at Springfield College, I learned those words. As a teacher in this town, working on our department with the kind of support and leadership we had, spirit, mind, and body are living words as far as I'm concerned in our PE. So West Hartford High School Physical Education, what is it? What isn't it as well? I feel that it's a laboratory class where the tasks and challenges always focus on each individual student, every class, every day. It's not recess. It's not interscholastic sports. Physical education classes include carefully designed and selected experiences and a wide variety of activities that stimulate and encourage healthy minds and healthy bodies, not just for now, but for a lifetime. Spirited, challenging, individualized, these high school classes include both self-monitoring and cooperative experiences. Yoga, anyone? Fencing? Archery? Pickleball? Our high school physical education program is about all kids. All kids take PE. And it's about the whole person, physical, social, emotional, intellectual. And it's about having an enthusiasm for healthy living. Spirit, mind, and body. If any of you have ever been to the Conard graduation ceremonies, several years ago we started a tradition where the staff would line up on either side, and as the graduates recess out of the ceremony, we have an opportunity to shake their hands one more time. So let me just paint a quick picture of the young people that I was proud to shake hands with every graduation day that I was there, which was many. Besides being crazy excited, many of the kids are more confident, exhibit a sound level of physical and social health, and are feeling really good about themselves. Respectful of their own abilities and shortcomings, along with those of others, they've also learned to work cooperatively. They're modeling pieces of the very foundation upon which our physical education program is built.
Ms. Malfo,
Yes?
you're red. Your time's up.
Red?
Yeah.
If I talk fast, can I do 5 sentences?
I'll give you 3.
3 sentences? Okay, so let me just say that not every single kid is there at that moment, but the blueprint has been drawn. And I would just want you to believe, because this is true, that although I believe it's a responsibility of everyone working in the high school community to partner with us regarding the health and fitness of our kids, it is only the high school physical education department that dedicates every single minute, every single day to that. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Thank you. Mr. Rob Sersosimo.
Hi, everybody. Tom, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, all. My name is Rob Sersosimo. I am a resident of West Hartford. I'm a former teacher and still a coach at Conard High School. And I'm surprised that Pam even allowed me to come up and speak. She usually hogs the microphone the whole time. But I just want to talk a little bit about our educational program here in West Hartford. We're a leader in our state. We've always been a leader in our state. We would need a calculator for all the people that have come to our physical education department and our heads of department, from Dale Harper to Rosie Bonner, outstanding leaders in our state that allowed people to come to our program in West Hartford at all grade levels and learn from their expertise and what they had taught us over the years. It is critically important that we all understand the benefits of physical education. Like Pam said, it's not an interscholastic sport, and it's certainly not recess, but somewhere in between about every young person that we have in our school. Our society today allows us to continually stop what is good and lessen it over and over and over again. Our society permeates weakness and laxness. We need to step up, and we need to continue to be the leader in everything that we do in West Hartford. It's critically important for all of us. And physical education, as small as some people might think it is vitally important to the total well-being of our young people. The discipline and structure that it gives them is critical. The goal setting that it gives them is critical for their life, not only in physical education or sports and athletics, but also in the classroom. The cognitive value of physical education psychologically is immense. Feeling good about yourself, having great self-image, confidence in what you're doing, being able to communicate with other people. And I might be the best athlete in the world, but I can communicate with someone who can't even dribble a ball down the court. That's vitally important. In this school, in this gym, back in the 60s when I was a student athlete, and I worked with so many young people as a student leader, I was taught by Frank Robinson, this is what you need to do for the rest of your life. He changed my life. Frank Robinson changed my life. That's the way we feel we are with our young people of today. I know Conard's a great school. I know West Hartford's the best place in the world to live. Keep it great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Trevor and Ben Rochford.
I'm Ben Ratchford. And I'm Trevor Ratchford. And we're here to talk about STEM exposure through the Unified Arts Program at middle school. We both believe, and through our experiences of, not only seen through ourselves, but also through our peers, that an exposure early on to STEM ideas, and this is true of other arts programs, but particularly this is what we want to talk about, is like STEM is not only a very important field and a growing field in the job market, but also in our middle school, we have a lot of kids that are interested in pursuing STEM careers and STEM interests in the high school level. And we can see this through the TSA program is a really great example that Trev's going to get to later. But when we left Sedgwick Middle School, there was over 40 kids in the TSA program, which is Technology Student Association, by the way. And that is just one example of how impactful the Unified Arts program is, because it exposes kids to a variety of topics from computer science to engineering to graphic design to video recording. And it currently, it goes into depth, but even could be greater to allow kids to further pursue their interests in those fields. I know as a student, and I think a lot of kids would agree that the worst way to learn is rushed and feeling the need to get through things just to have completed the assignment on time. And I think that cutting that time down as it is would not only make kids less exposed to the vast amount of material that's available in STEM fields, but also lessen their enjoyment of it and make them less likely to do it in the future. Not to mention, it's important value.
So, through our own experience, obviously the most prevalent way that is shown through for us is through Technology Student Association. So, we and a lot of our peers we're now juniors at Conard High School, we just got back last week from taking, I believe it was 4 first place prizes at the state tournament for the Technology Student Association competition. And I really don't believe that would have been possible without having that early exposure and really being able to explore and discover those different concepts at the middle school level. We were the ones who went up and started that chapter at Conard where it didn't exist before, and now it's grown to such a great height where it was before, particularly because of the dedication from our educators, but also because of the interest coming in from the middle school that it allowed it to grow so heavily. And I believe that to lessen that interest by cutting the programs is really to undermine the development of STEM and the growth of the students in that manner. With less interest, there's going to be less students involved, and it would hurt them overall to not be able to go to those same extents.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on starting the club and for the prizes that you've earned. Carolyn Shea. Like the stadium, there you go. Nice. No relation.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Shea. My address is 763 Stratfield Road, Fairfield, Connecticut. I am one of 4 library media specialists who have the honor and privilege of teaching West Hartford's high school students. I would like to address the proposal to reduce the number of library media specialists serving the high schools below 2 per school. It's important to note that the high school library media specialist schedule is not like a classroom teacher schedule. Because of the nature of what we do, we cannot teach in the morning at Conard and in the afternoon at Hall. We follow the schedule of the teacher with whom we work. So if we are working with a teacher's social studies classes, that teacher wants us with him or her for the entire day. As a result, if the proposed reduction is passed, there will be whole days, possibly multiple days in a row, when one of the high schools will only have one LMS on site. Quite possibly, if one high school expresses more of a demand for services, the LMS splitting her time between the 2 schools may spend more time at one of the high schools, leading to an inequality between the 2 schools. To the extent there is only one LMS on site at one of the high schools, students will be underserved in a number of ways. First, the total number of classes taught will decline. Not only will there be one less person available to teach, but the LMS splitting her time between schools will be limited in her ability to be available to collaborate with teachers and work with classes. This will no doubt significantly lessen student exposure to such important lessons as those on research skills, such as properly using databases and web resources, note-taking, citing sources, and footnoting, and more importantly, in today's political climate, fake news and media bias. If the district's goal is to make sure students are college and career ready, do we think it's a good idea to limit student exposure to lessons about these topics? Moreover, many core courses, such as modern world history, have required research projects that demand that a student show mastery in the skills we teach them. If we are not there to teach those skills, how will the students master them? Second, individualized research and technological assistance to students will be drastically reduced. We spend a good deal of time working individually with students to help them hone their research skills. The availability of this service to students is extremely important, particularly with respect to those courses like advanced placement and standard English and history courses, as well as our reading, special education, and ESOL population. Third, librarians also support teaching and learning through collection development, promote reading and literacy in a variety of ways, such as author visits, plan events to support the curriculum, such as Hour of Code activities, run programs and professional development activities, and the list goes on. These activities will be curtailed to the extent library staff is reduced. And finally, the library is a study space for students during the day, and at capacity there are 85 to 100 students in the library at one time. Reducing the library staff will compromise the library's safety and academic atmosphere, as there will be fewer adults available to monitor the library floor and provide materials and assistance to students. I would like to leave you with a quote from Harold Howe, the former Commissioner of Education. He said, "What a school thinks about a library is a measure of what it thinks about education." I hope that you will decide to remove the provision relating to high school library media specialists from the list of additional budget reductions, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Margaret Adams. Margaret Adams.
My name is Margaret Adams. I live at 33 Riggs Avenue. I go to Smith STEM School and I am in second grade. I heard that some teachers are being fired so that you can have their money. Please don't do that. I need help to protect our schools and teachers. Also, some teachers who teach Suzuki and classes like that are being fired. Please help me stop this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. Troy Jones.
Tell my wife about that. All right. Move this out of the way. Good evening. My name is Troy Jones. I live at 44 Coventry Lane in Avon, and I am a proud product of the West Hartford Public School System. I attended Duffy Elementary School, Sedgwick Middle School, and Conard High School. For the past 15 years, have taught physical education at King Philip Middle School. I'm a former Connecticut State Physical Education Teacher of the Year and twice a West Hartford Teacher of the Year finalist. I'm here tonight to ask for your deep consideration of how reducing the Unified Arts program at the middle schools will impact our scholars. Classes such as art, music, technology and engineering, physical education, and health help enrich the spirit, mind, and body of the entire student. Some of our most diverse students find success only in their Unified Arts classes. As their self-confidence builds, the success oftentimes transfers to their academics. The proposed change will negatively affect every middle school student every day for all 3 years of their middle school career. In West Hartford, we have exactly 271 children who are identified as special education students. Each of these students is required by federal law to spend 80% of their day with non-disabled peers. By cutting the Unified Arts program from 2 classes per day to only 1, we are eliminating valuable time for our students with the greatest needs to interact, create, and grow with their peers. In West Hartford, we pride ourselves on educating the whole child. Our goal is to inspire and prepare our students to enhance our global community. Reducing the Unified Arts program is in direct opposition to this mission. There is a misconception that if we reduce time in physical education, it's not such a big deal because students can participate in sports programs. However, it's important to note that 19.8% of our middle school population, or 453 students, receive free and reduced lunch. When the bell rings at 2:50, not every student is going home to play in their yard, and most are not headed to practice. By reducing the physical education and health programs, we are doing a grave injustice to our students who need it most. I am proud to say that West Hartford is a leader in the state of Connecticut when it comes to our physical education and health programs. Student teachers are asking to be placed with our staff, and numerous other districts have modeled their programs after our curriculum. The state of Connecticut recommends 225 minutes of physical education per week during the school year. With the proposed cuts, our 6th and 7th grade students would drop dramatically to only 78.3 minutes of physical education per week, and our 8th graders would have only a mere 39.2 minutes. In a time where physical and emotional health and wellness is at the forefront of our nation, following through with this reduction would not meet the best needs of our students or their future. Research has proven that if one increases seat time at the expense of removing physical activity, there is no evidence to support academic achievement. Tonight, you will be hearing from a plethora of passionate people speaking about the value of keeping our programs in place. Imagine sitting and listening the entire time with no movement. Can you fathom not being able to move around, stretch, or take a break to refocus? As adults, we require this movement. Can you imagine how much more an adolescent craves this physical activity during their day? Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Next, I have Atharva Manjrekar. Atharva Manjrekar.
Respectful members of the board, good evening. My name is Atharva Manjrekar. I'm a senior at Hull High. I'm also a technology engineering student and the co-captain of the robotics team at Hull. And I'm going to keep this short as some of the points that I wanted to share have already been shared with you here today. So I was recently informed that due to the budget cuts, the board is planning on reducing the rotations of technology engineering classes at middle schools. And I wanted to share my experiences as a middle school student of how my career goals were affected due to exposure to technology and engineering classes from an early age, and why it is important for students to be involved in technology and engineering classes from a young age. Middle school students especially have a greater grasping power than when they become older. Exposure to STEM classes is only going to make them critical thinkers in a growing society. STEM education creates critical thinkers, increases science literacy, and enables the next generation of innovators. My brother, who is 12 years old and goes to KP, is extremely involved in his robotics club, and part of his passion for the club and the technology and engineering classes that he currently takes at his school was because he has seen me do robotics and was interested in this field. And I know that he, for one, and many of his friends will hate to see their favorite classes be reduced due to budgetary reasons. In the end, I just wanted to make sure my point was shared with the board and that the board carefully considers the outcomes of this decision that will impact all the students of West Hartford. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Towie.
Peter Towie, 27 Bonneview Road. As everyone's heard, I'm a proud parent of a Sedgwick middle schooler and 2 Smith STEM elementary students. I continue to support the superintendent's proposed budget because I believe it supports the programs that we so value as a community. I'm not naive. I understand that there are tough decisions to be made moving forward. So I do want to spend a little time to just talk about 2 points. One is we have 2 incredibly vibrant and energetic and thriving magnet schools in town that have done a great job developing programs that have attracted students from throughout our district. The reduction in these magnet-themed faculty and personnel is going to have a dramatic effect on those programs. Those programs are thriving, and they're thriving because the principals and the faculty that work on the magnet themes view it as a process and are always looking to enhance and encourage the opportunities and keep those programs growing. Reductions in those staff is going to prevent that from occurring, and it's going to have an adverse effect long term, beyond just the low-lying fruit we might be able to obtain this budget cycle. The other thing I wanted to spend a little time talking about is the Unified Arts program. I've heard a lot of people, and I believe it, the Unified Arts program is enriching for all our students, but I don't think we should view it as simply an enrichment activity. The Unified Arts exposes our children to vocational outlets that they may not either have an opportunity to be exposed to otherwise or have the opportunity to experiment. It's more than just PE and art. and tech ed. My son worked with some wood and made a gumball machine, and that's an experience that he enjoyed, and that might expose him or create an interest that might move him in a direction further down his life. If we take away these educational opportunities and exposing our students to all vocations, not just the academics, but other opportunities that are out there, we'll be depriving our kids of the ability to make decisions as far as where they want to go in life and deprive them of opportunities that might be outside the academic realm. So I urge you to support the Unified Arts Program and not make any additional cuts to those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Roberta Etchelson.
Good evening. It's Roberta Eckelson, by the way. I live at 143 Haynes Road in West Hartford. I'm a native of the Hartford area. I've lived in West Hartford for 18 years, and my son was a student here from kindergarten through graduation at Hall High. He asked me to please read this statement on behalf of the ASK program. I'll try to get through it. A bit emotional. Thanks. His name is Peyton Eckelson Russell. He's a senior at Johnson State College in Johnson, Vermont. That's why he can't be here tonight. I graduated from Hall High School in the class of 2012 and was in the ASK program during my junior and senior years. This program has been extremely influential on my life. In my junior year of high school, I came out as transgender and faced a lot of harassment and bullying from my peers. I was also struggling with my mental health. As can be imagined, school was not a positive place for me. That being said, there was one environment at Hall where I've actually felt safe: ASK. My name and pronouns were wholly accepted, harassment wasn't tolerated, and I was even given a place to explore my identity and other issues in a productive manner. The flexibility of ASK allowed for curiosity-driven learning, which meant that the research I was already doing on my own was included as schoolwork rather than seen as a distraction. Because of this, I went from resenting school projects to overachieving on them out of interest and investment in the material. This self-exploration was not just accepted, but actively encouraged. On Poetry Fridays, students were encouraged to read something they found meaningful to the class, original or not, and this helped me to find words I could use to describe my experiences. While I would love to continue describing what this program meant and still means to me, that amount of information could be easily overwhelming, so I'll conclude with this. The ASK program improved my life in so many ways, and it would be an absolute tragedy for it to be discontinued. I hope it can continue to exist so that Saul and Kogan can help new people take over once they retire, allowing more and more students to experience this amazing program. And I would like to add on my behalf, looking at time, that it's a flexible and highly personal structure, non-judgmental environment, and it's the support of Jim Solomon, Jerry Kogan, and Chris Bavona, who kept my son in school. If it were not for them and for this program, there are many kids who would have suffered enormously, who probably would have dropped out. And frankly, I might have been celebrating, instead of his graduation, a funeral. It makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chris Bombara.
No worries. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Chris Bombara. I teach 8th grade science at Sedgwick Middle School. I do not reside in West Hartford. I live in Simsbury, Connecticut, 2 Tallwood Lane. Just going to share my thoughts, kind of a different angle on things tonight. My background, I have a very diverse background. I spent over 20 years in the military. I'm a retired naval officer. I've been very fortunate to have served in a wide variety of leadership positions, including command and overseas deployments. One thing I had the opportunity to do in the service was work the issue of force reduction, so I've been on your side of the table and I understand the pressures and keep up doing what you're doing, so thank you. In education, I've kind of been all over the place. I've been in a business office trying to find the money to make things like this happen. I've been an assistant principal and a department head, and what I really like doing, and I guess when I finally grew up and realized what I wanted to do was be a classroom teacher, so thank you for the opportunity. What I'm trying to get to here in a roundabout way is some comments that I've heard from other teachers, and I wanted to address that. Freezing teacher pay is an option to find the monies. Teacher pay was frozen in the 2011-12 school year here in West Hartford due to fiscal challenges of that day. At that time, teachers were singled out to shoulder additional personal financial difficulties. Ultimately, for teachers, this means doing the same high-quality job for less. When a teacher pay is frozen, teachers and their families are negatively impacted. This singling out for additional financial burden and segregation of teachers and their families as part of this community is completely unfair and, in my opinion, I hate to say it, but discriminatory. In freezing a teacher's pay, you impact the ability of a teacher to care for their own children, put food on our tables. Additionally, a teacher's retirement income is dependent on the income a teacher makes while working. Being frozen in pay degrades a teacher's retirement income. We don't get bonuses, annuities, or Social Security. If a teacher's pay is frozen, our families will be disadvantaged in the now, and the teachers will be disadvantaged in the future in their retirements. In the service, one thing I was very passionate about, it was always one fight, one team. We never left anyone behind. We brought everyone home. You guys are our leadership, too. I would ask that you look out for our welfare and our families' welfares. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Tom Devine. Tom Devine. Mr. Devine.
Tom Devine, 9 Ravenwood Road in West Hartford. And since I probably will not use my whole 3 minutes, I'm going to put in a plug for the high school librarians. Speaking as a social studies teacher, they are invaluable for the research project, especially for 9th graders. My wife Liz and I are 37-year veteran teachers, mostly at Hall, and proud parents of 3 Conard graduates. I am a longtime WHEA rep. I served on the last 3 negotiating teams, and I am currently executive vice president. This is a challenging budget year, but I am here to speak about the challenging fiscal realities of being a teacher in West Hartford. The current 3-year contract, bargained in good faith in 2015, calls for a step movement, but no raises for teachers below the top step, and only modest raises at the top. The problem is, this contract does little to address the problem of attracting and maintaining teachers. Over the last decade, labor and management have worked together to reduce the number of steps from 18 to 12, but in the process, utterly frustrating teachers in their 12th to 15th year who might still be on step 7 or 8. Comparisons with surrounding towns show a dramatic difference in overall earnings between 2005 and the end of the current contract in 2019. In comparison with Avon, for example, a teacher with a master's plus 30 over the 14 years in question would have earned $305,000 less, the price of a house. West Hartford's average teacher salaries have fallen in state rankings from 54th place in 2003 to 76th in 2015. This means that there are 75 more places in Connecticut the average teacher in West Hartford can go and make more money. We have 220 non-tenured teachers in this district. That means 1/4 of the teachers in town have been in the district less than 4 years. This indicates a relatively high turnover rate, not the perception that teachers who come to West Hartford never leave. It seems that teachers are realizing they can go elsewhere, and they do. We are no longer a district where teachers stay for 37.5 years like Liz and I did. When I was hired, we were seen as a top 10 paying district with high expectations and demands for teachers. While these expectations and demands on our teachers have remained high, and teachers have risen to the challenge, as evidenced by all of the awards bestowed on the school district and community. The pay for the teachers to reward them for their efforts has not. Lifetime earnings and ultimately pension benefits have already been affected by lack of step movement, a hard freeze, and our inability to keep pace with the general wage increases granted in surrounding communities. Remember, due to our state pension, teachers like myself will not get a typical Social Security pension like most, if not all, of the Board of Ed members or town residents. In short, should teachers have to do their fair share? With respect, they already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Blanche Platt. Laura Blanche Platt.
There's a button. Good evening to the panel, and I also want to just thank Roberta for sharing her story. And I came here to speak about the ASK program. My name is Laura Platt. I live at 26 Arlen Way. I am honored and humbled to speak about a program that spoke for me when I couldn't speak. My husband and I are second generation die-hard West Hartford Red. Please. And we'll raise our 2 toddler sons should one of them survive the night. In this town that we love so much. I know you have an impossible job. There's so many allocations. There's so many worthy programs and services and resources that need attention. With that said, I want to speak to another impossible job. And I think that's the job that Jim Solomon and Jerry Kogan have, of speaking for a very underserved population. Sorry. They run the ASK program at Hall High School. I'm not sure if the crowd knows what it is, but it's a interventional program that serves at-risk students. I don't have the time to go into their mission statement, but I will explain my history with them. I was a quote-unquote ASK kid by the sophomore year of high school. I was failing academically, rebelling socially. I was completely a throwaway kid with a very undetermined future. And these men took the time and the concern and the effort to show me another path. That said, I've been a practicing attorney for over a decade, and I work with at-risk kids, and I attribute my successes to their commitment to me. My brother, my much, much older brother, is also a product of Solon Koch, and he's now the veterinary surgeon and the medical director at his spay and neuter clinic in Stafford, Connecticut. He also attributes so much, and we visit them, and we run into them at Starbucks, and we really just thank God. And I think, as Roberta said, and I think my parents would have been in a position that Roberta is saying, if it weren't for these 2 men, they could have been having a funeral instead of a celebration. I love that our town is so committed to enrichment, and I think that's so important, and again, an impossible task that you guys have. But I definitely want the voices to be heard, and ours are voices that need to be heard, and I think they're often not heard, and Solon Koch hear them. So that said, I will give everyone else the floor because I think my evening, or at least my days, are numbered something. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. John Moss. John Moss.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. My name is John Moss. I live at 46 Hilldale Road in West Hartford, and I'm a very proud second-generation Aiken family. I was an Aiken student and now a parent at Aiken School. And as a student And as a student, I had a wonderful experience in all of the West Hartford public schools. I'm looking out here, noticing so many of my former teachers out here as well. Hi, everyone. When my wife and I were getting ready to start a family, we needed to choose a town where we were going to live, and it was no choice. It was going to be West Hartford. Amazingly, it was not the result of the wonderful restaurants and shops in West Hartford Center, terrific as they are. And it wasn't because of the very low property taxes that we pay in town either. It was because of our phenomenal West Hartford public school system. West Hartford draws residents because of the great schools that we have in our town. Great schools are our philosophy, it's our core belief. And if we change our core values of what's important to a town because we've hit a tough fiscal year, then, what are we going to do? We can't do that. If we cut the very programs that make West Hartford great, are we still going to be as great? Will we still attract new residents? And one example is a simple one. How can we consider cutting music programs in West Hartford? This is West Hartford. Music is our thing. That's West Hartford. But and I appreciate the applause for the music program, but there are countless other programs that are equally meritorious. Raise your hand if you're in the audience and you've learned about some of those tonight that you didn't realize were as incredible as they are. So we've all learned something new about these incredible programs. They're all worthy of being cut. And I hope you as the board understand that when we talk about saving a particular program, don't assume that we're saying something else should be cut instead of that particular program. We need to save all these programs. Surely the superintendent has already removed programs that aren't successful, leaving the ones that are critical. So we need to save those many programs that make West Hartford the model that other districts aspire to be. We all know that you get what you pay for, and now we need to pay for what we want to get. Many people are angry that we're now in this position because of the poor decisions coming out of Hartford. We didn't create this mess. We've been responsible, and we shouldn't punish our students and our community for those actions. We'll have the opportunity to decide that when we're at the voting booth in the future. But right now, we have to keep our eye on what's critical. My final point is that I believe that the governor's budget won't come to fruition as proposed. It will change, at least I hope it will. But it may not happen until the late summer or even early fall. And if we make cuts based on the projected loss of $10 million, and we cut some of these critical programs and positions, those won't come back, even if the state ends up giving us more and taking away less than what's currently proposed. We would have a surplus, potentially, a budget surplus, and yet we'd have dozens or even hundreds of laid-off teachers and programs that would not be revived. Therefore, the responsible action is to put forward the superintendent's proposed budget, save all of these wonderful programs, and hope that the state comes through with the funding that we are due. And if that happens, great. But if not, we need to step up and come through with it by funding it ourselves. I, as a resident, am proud to pay taxes in our great town because I believe West Hartford is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Zetoff. Karen Zetoff.
Good evening. My name is Karen Zetoff. I live in West Hartford, 15 Avondale Road. And I'm speaking to you tonight as a West Hartford Public School employee, a lifelong resident, and most importantly, as a parent of 2 children in the West Hartford school system. As my kids are currently a freshman and senior in high school, I have only been so highly impressed with the well-rounded education they have received at Norfolk, King Philip, and now at Hall. I am here tonight to voice my concern about the possible loss of a high school library media specialist position, as I think it would be truly detrimental to the learning for high school students. Today, our kids are learning in a digital world, one that is vast and constantly changing. The library media specialists play an integral role in facilitating and overseeing the technology piece in our schools, educating not only the students, but the teachers well in professional development. The library media specialists have collaborated with my kids, English, history, science, and language teachers throughout the year in regards to projects in those classes. My son is currently in the process of a research project for his freshman history class. Just 2 weeks ago, one of the library media specialists spent 4 full days in his classroom ensuring the students knew how to locate and use databases, recognize credible sources, take notes, and annotate information learned. He also learned how to determine fake news, check if a website is reliable, as well as cite sources used. My daughter, who is a graduating senior, unfortunately, that will make me cry, recently told me she is confident about heading off to college, comfortable with the research process because of the thorough instruction she has received at Hall, not just in the research process, but in digital literacy and responsible use of technology. These are lifelong skills that are taught by the school library media specialists, who also happen to all be certified teachers. I believe the loss of one high school library media specialist, the students would not receive the essential instruction they are receiving today. With the enormity of the schools and large amount of subject teachers, it would be impossible to reach all of the students to the same extent. I hope for my son to receive the same research skills and comfort level that my daughter has, and when he heads off to college, I believe that every student following also deserves the same. I've had the pleasure of watching my kids enjoy and learn from the library program from kindergarten now through 12th grade. It is an invaluable asset to our schools, and I hope to see that it remains the same throughout the entire system. Ultimately, it is about our students and our children and providing them with the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack O'Neill. Jack O'Neill.
Hi, my name is Jack O'Neill. I'm a Smith student in 5th grade. I'm here to talk about the STEM program and Suzuki. So, first off, STEM, it's a program that not only enriches kids, but it makes them want to learn. It's like beautiful to see how these kids can like get on a computer and they can just go because of the help of our our library media specialists, first off, and our two, Miss Zajac, our STEM specialist, and our science teacher, Miss Fournier. They are absolutely awesome. They do inquiries with us, and instead of just text sheets like textbooks, they do hands-on inquiries. And I recently took the Science CMT for Connecticut, and the STEM teachers, they provided such great support that I can't even begin to explain it. It's absolutely amazing. And Suzuki, I have 2 brothers in the program right now, and it's amazing to see what it does. It not only gives students a feel for what music is, it gives them a love for it, and it gives them a sense of pride every single day of their life as they practice at home and at the spring concert where we play at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Patrick O'Neill.
Good evening. My name is Patrick O'Neill. I live at 106 Thomas Street. I am a proud father of 3 kids at Smith, and one of whom you just saw now. Wasn't his first time in front of this board. He's done some other STEM stuff here, as has his little brother sitting next to him here. So I do just want to talk about a couple of things, just to build off what Jack just said about STEM. In 2015, President Obama described science and STEM education as a critical way to understand and explore and engage with the world, and then have the capacity to change that world. According to ChangeTheEquation.org's Smith, STEM jobs actually pay about twice as much as any other job on the market, as the average of the rest of the jobs on the market. And the need for qualified candidates to fill those positions will grow at a rate 50% faster than all other jobs on the market through 2024. As it stands currently, the US DOL actually estimates that U.S. students will be able to, or U.S. high school graduates will be able to fill, the U.S. labor force will be able to fill fewer than 30% of those positions as they grow. The National Math and Science Initiative actually studied and found that less than half of 2013 U.S. high school graduates, 44%, were actually prepared to take a college-level math class going to college. And actually, that was at 36% for science. So STEM education is absolutely critical. And I know you've heard from those much more eloquent than I tonight, but I do want to talk about the magnet status. Pete had referenced it earlier. When our community, Smith specifically, and this is, I'm going to play to Mark's history here, but when we needed to replace our principal recently, we were made very much aware that the board held Smith STEM in its as kind of the crown jewel, the magnet programs as one of the crown jewels of the district, and assured our community that Smith was a priority for West Hartford. And I watch our Smith, our STEM curriculum specialist, our art and music and library and PE teachers, our Quest teacher, and every classroom teacher actually weave STEM education into what they're doing. When your kids come home, your third grader comes home and talks about velocity and inertia when he's discussing dodgeball. And you know, your fifth grader is describing music in terms of sound waves. That's really cool to see. So we want to make sure that we keep the magnet resources where they are, because that is going to be critical to maintaining that magnet status. So quick plug for Suzuki, because he said that as well, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Joyce.
John Joyce, 170 South Main Street. So when I think about the task in front of you, I approach it from the viewpoint of fairness and justice. And, you know, taking away services from students, you know, students who are learning, who are developing, it doesn't make any sense to me. So you have this difficult task of passing a budget, and you will pass it, as Mark said, without those restrictions, but it will come back to you with a challenge. What are you going to do then? And I think sometimes we have to maybe think more out of the box in terms of a philosophy of life of not taking more than you need. You know, we have students that need these resources. We have students who have mastered the art of learning, and they continue on in our system, you know, accumulating credits beyond the credits needed for graduation. They continue on and get a year and a half worth of college credits. You know, so is that fair? Is that just? You know, particularly if you're taking away from the more needy students in the system. You know, I think if we maybe had a philosophical shift here, you know, we might get away from the numbers and really look at what's important, you know, in maintaining the community that we have and enhancing the community we have. I'm not so sure this can be done. You know, I've talked to the board about it before, but it'd be great to graduate kids early when they've met the requirements and have them come back and tutor and volunteer, maybe go out into the world for a year before they go off to college and really see what they're going to be exposed to after high school, after college. You know, get that hands-on training. It magnifies the effect of education. And at its core, education, the process of being educated is mysterious. You know, we don't really know, you know, what is going to spark that child or motivate that teacher. You know, there are interactions throughout the day, you know, kids to kids, kids to teachers, teachers to teachers, teachers to administrative staff. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, but it's mysterious. And I think we have to recognize that it's mysterious. And there's time for expansion and there's time for contraction. You know, every good arborist knows that if you trim back your pear tree, your apple tree, in your vineyard, it grows back fuller, richer. It's more productive. And sometimes we have to face the reality that, you have to trim, and then it doesn't mean that you're not going to grow. You're not going to return to a former state. I think we have to avoid panicking, at a time like this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Ahern.
Thank you. Kevin Ahern, 46 Arundel Avenue. I will try to keep it brief. I volunteer as the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, so I know the value of this testimony, but I also know the value of keeping it short. I have been a resident of this town for 15 years. I have 2 daughters in the school system. One is a 2nd grader at Charter Oak, and the other is going to be a kindergartner at Charter Oak. I just found out on Saturday. Yes. And my wife is a 15-year veteran educator in the system, and she's actually currently a high school media library media specialist there. 2 things I just wanted to say very briefly. And first is just about the budget in general. I want to echo what Mr. Gerner said at the last meeting, and I think that Tom Moore and his team has put together a very responsible budget. Unfortunately, I don't think the governor has put together a very responsible budget. I think the roll forward budget is the correct way to go in this instance. Normally, I think you would take the more conservative route, but I think in this instance, I think the governor has put forward 2 paradigm shifts in his budget that will not be accepted and has not been accepted very well by the legislature. My second point is to the library media program. Fortunately, Mrs. Shea really covered the details excellently for you. And I just want to say, when I started here 15 years ago, we came for law school. For me, my wife started as the reading and research teacher for the 7th grade students at Sedgwick. And I was blown away. I was sitting here in a 1L law school class learning reading and research skills that my wife was teaching to 12 and 13-year-olds. I'm not sure if that says more about this school system or law school, but we'll leave that aside. But when I learned, fast forward to now, when my wife became a library media specialist 4 years ago, I realized that there was a plan in place. This is a system that values the reading skills, the research skills, the analysis skills, the critical thinking skills. And there's a plan in place, and that is from cradle to graduation. It starts at the elementary level, and there's a build, and there's a build, and there's a build, and ultimately it culminates with the high school experience. Now, 2 important points for that are, 1, there is a head of this program. There is a thread that keeps the mission going from elementary to middle to high school. One of the proposed cuts is to actually cut the head of the library media program. Without a head, there really is no program. You end up sort of with a balkanized system that eventually, I think falls apart. And the other is, of course, the recommendation for leaving the high school, one high school librarian down. Again, the whole program is heading towards this build to high school so that we can prepare them for college. And if we sort of stop halfway, and as my father had said, you can't put 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag. He didn't use the word stuff, but we're in public. You're going to take a librarian away, you're going to take those resources away. And I think Carolyn did an excellent job of detailing exactly what that was going to look like. And I just want to make a very quick plug for Mrs. Shea. Mrs. Shea actually came from my area, and she worked for one of the best law firms in the state of Connecticut. And I think she's an excellent resource for the school. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Liz Kerrigan.
I have to lower the mic always. Good evening. My name is Liz Kerrigan. I live at 192 Auburn Road currently. I have been a resident, however, for a long time, 40 years. I have 3 kids in the schools at Morley, Bristow, and Hall. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for all the work you do. What I'd like to say is this. It's pretty clear that we all have our programs, and it's also clear to me, particularly after attending these meetings for the last few weeks, that there is a huge emphasis on Quest and on AP and honors classes in West Hartford. so many administrators, teachers, and parents are quick to come up with arguments that support enrichment, and as they should. But I want to just throw out this question. Are we thinking about services for at-risk students in the same way? Because there are many. And I had an opportunity to speak briefly last week about Saving the Ask program at Hall High School, which is a Tier 2 intervention program for at-risk students. It's because we cannot ignore students who need additional support. Every student, every child in this town does not follow a prescriptive path. A balance is needed, and my goal in speaking to you tonight and for fighting for this program, among other programs like it, my goal is to speak for kids who are not able to advocate for themselves right now. And while maybe this is not their time, it may be that many turn out to be extremely productive members of our society. There are so many graduates of the Ask program alone, like you saw Laura, who are doctors and lawyers, entrepreneurs, teachers, or just, great residents of our town. And it may be cost effective to eliminate this program now, but it is not just a class, it is a haven for people, and I can assure you that the alternatives are far more costly. So thank you so much for your time and consideration and for all that you're doing. And I meant to say last week to Cheryl Greenberg specifically, because you've answered so many emails, I know. Thank you very much for doing that, because it does sort of validate everybody's efforts and concerns. So thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the extra shout out to Cheryl for her work. Much appreciated. Anne Reed.
Hello, good evening. Thanks for giving us the chance to talk. My name is Ann Pinckney Reed. I am a resident at 29 Rosedale, and I'm the mom of 2 West Hartford students. Our family moved from California to West Hartford in October of 2011, specifically on the day of that snowstorm. While I was ready to turn around and head back to Santa Monica, we stayed specifically because of the schools. We are a magnet family at Smith STEM from the Duffy District, and we have a boy in kindergarten and one in first grade. Our experience with Smith STEM and the magnet program has been superb thus far, and it's specifically what's keeping us and our tax dollars in West Hartford. We believe the emphasis on STEM and our kids' education is, is laying the groundwork for lifelong success in this rapidly advancing age of technology. Our boys, who are 5 and 7 years old, have already memorized Smith STEM's habits of mind. And they've learned to use these and the scientific inquiry process in every aspect of their little lives. As a reminder, Smith's habits of mind include critical thinking, problem solving, perseverance, collaboration, and kindness. I hope and expect you all are utilizing these in your difficult decision-making processes. So as a newer family to the system, I wanted to share our thoughts and concerns regarding 2 of the proposed reductions. First and foremost is the proposed decrease in STEM teachers, and secondly, the proposed end to the Suzuki Violin program. Both of these elements are large parts of why we chose to be a magnet family, as opposed to the ease and familiarity of staying with our neighborhood school. We made the difficult decision based on what we felt, and we continue to feel, were genuine commitments from the city of Smith STEM's unique offerings. I'll read just 3 of the bulleted points listed in this year's brochure, so for the upcoming school year, of what will be offered at Smith. Signature STEM experiences at each grade level, supported by a STEM specialist who collaborates with teachers to enrich 21st century learning. A math specialist who supports teaching and learning for all students, and Suzuki violin lessons from pre-K to grade 3. It's now just a year and a half after we started this process, and we have a new principal, albeit a wonderful one, but combined with the proposed cuts that will potentially eliminate exactly why we're part of the magnet program. It's frustrating and disappointing, to say the least.
to even have to be worried about these things. The proposed reduction of STEM staff from 2.6 full-time employees to 1 would have a dramatic and detrimental impact on Smith's ability to actually provide the STEM focus it promises. Our classroom teachers are currently expected to cover the entire West Hartford curriculum in addition to the STEM-focused material. Without the additional STEM staff and their remarkable expertise, the many strengths of the magnet program would be in jeopardy. We fear our kids will not receive the specialized education we assumed in good faith would continue throughout their elementary years. While trying to not sound too dramatic, it personally feels like a betrayal of our confidence and trust in the school system and the city in general. Secondly, and I know this has been discussed this evening, but I do think it's important, I can't express sufficiently enough how important the Suzuki program has been, to our young learners. For our family, it's just been a great advantage, and we feel the overall impact is certainly more valuable than the proposed savings if eliminated. So thank you very much for your time listening to our concerns, and I believe this is going to benefit my family, but also the entire district in continuing to retain current and attract new residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Henry Wang.
Good evening. My name is Henry Wang, and I live at 10 Northridge Drive. I'm a 7th grader from KP, currently right now, and the reason why I go to KP is because my parents, they moved here from North Carolina for me, my sister, and my brother's education, and we've been to many states around the United States, but we decided to stay here because of the schools. The first thing I want to address is keeping middle school teams, because middle school teams are very important. They give us a sense of identity of who we are when we're on a team, and it makes us feel like we belong, to be part of a group. And if we eliminate teams, classes will be much bigger. You won't really know that many people because you see so many people at once in each class. Also, morning advisory is a big part of a team because you get to know people in your morning advisory and make friendships. And the second thing I want to talk about is music, the music programs. It's a universal language that shapes us, and it also embraces unity. And it is diverse, and it also encourages diversity. It brings people together, and it builds our character. West Hartford, without our music and arts program, would literally be West Hartford, because there's no art. And I think it's very important. It's also like taking away part of our lives because we express ourselves with music. And general music it's good to learn where music comes from and where music can lead, like what it can lead to. And just one more thing, I printed this out. It's the email thing. It says up top, clear paths, bright futures, and no limits. So I'm not trying to say this in like a sassy voice, but just why is our education being limited? Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy George.
I'm not Tracy Gold. Tracy Gold sent me what she wanted to say.
Tracy George.
Tracy Gold, she was an actress.
Okay.
She had to leave her son singing. She asked if I would read what she wanted to read. I am Patty Bucari. I'm co-president of the Paraprofessional Union. for the town of West Hartford, and I'm sitting here thinking, boy, I really should have prepared something. So luckily, I can read what she wrote. She says that paraprofessionals are an essential part of every school in West Hartford. It is oftentimes unrecognized work that supports the neediest of children in the classroom, library, lunchroom, office, gym, art room, learning center, hallway, and more in every school in West Hartford. Paraprofessionals provide a consistent, nurturing, and safe environment that allows our children to reach their full potential. Most paraprofessionals have dedicated many, many years of service to the students of West Hartford. They possess a level of knowledge and experience that is often irreplaceable. She says, I understand that you have a very difficult job, but cutting paraprofessionals is not the answer. Sincerely, Tracy George. I spoke at a leadership meeting on behalf of the paraprofessionals at the beginning of the year, and I remember saying that I am oftentimes ashamed to tell people what I do. Over the past few weeks, I have been blessed to be able to meet with so many of this town's administrators and paras, and I don't feel that way. I'm so proud to represent the paraprofessionals, and I can't say enough about the administrators who have affirmed our roles in your schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa, and the last name starts with B, and it looks like it ends with S. That's all I could get, sorry.
My name is Lisa Bugis. I live at 35 Paxton Road. I'm a 27-year resident of West Hartford. At the end of next year, a year from June, when my youngest graduates, I will have done an 18-year stint as a parent in West Hartford Public Schools, proudly, and I'm currently employed by the West Hartford Public Schools. I feel compelled to speak tonight on behalf of those of us who are behind the scenes. It might be easy to look at the list of reductions and say that cutting office staff at the schools and the central office is an easy cut, but I implore you to consider otherwise. We are here to support every single student, teacher, and administrator in each and every school and office. Every day we come to work with only one goal: to do whatever we can to support the excellence of West Hartford Public Schools. We are out of the public eye, but the work we do is critical to the smooth functioning of the day-to-day operations of the schools. And we do know your kids. We've enrolled them, we've transported them, greeted them, directed them, assisted them, transferred them, scheduled them, problem-solved for them, and supported them, to just scratch the surface of all that happens on behalf of our students. We fulfill these necessary and important administrative roles to ensure that teachers can spend the most time possible supporting our students. So I hope you will carefully consider the negative impact of cutting any support staff across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Solana Colon. Solana Colon.
Hello, I'm Solana, and I live at 207 Fern Street, West Hartford, and I'm an orchestra student at Charter Oak. I took Suzuki since I was in pre-K, and it built me up to bring me here, and now I know a lot about Suzuki. I'm a good violin player, and I feel good about it. I feel like I'm doing a good job. And at Charter Oak, we have a lot of things to learn about. We learn about the IB world and how we can change the world, and I would like to talk about the two people who really represent the IB people in our school, and Mrs. Sanderson and Mrs. Coyne. Mrs. Sanderson helps kids put on star assemblies and pulls children to work on their writing pieces. Mrs. Coyne puts together morning announcements and sometimes about upcoming events or even just a peek at the week ahead. These people are very important to our school. And the FRC fundings like Family Academy and the school play, Family Academy has a bunch of different workshops, and no matter what workshop you get, you always end up having fun. And the school play is very important to me because I like to sing and act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amaya Colon. Amaya Colon.
Hi, my name is Amaya. I am a Charter Oak student. I live at 207 Fern Street. I love Suzuki, and I've learned how to play the violin, and I've been playing since pre-K. I also love the engineering teacher, Miss Sanderson, and the technology teacher, Mrs. Coyne. I love the FRC Family Academy, and it's really fun, and it's always really fun and entertaining.
Thank you. Next, I have Javier Colon.
I wasn't even going to speak today because I had my two babies doing all the speaking. My name is Javier Colon. I live at 207 Fern Street. As my daughters told you, I'm a professional musician, singer-songwriter, and though I perform for crowds for a living, I hate public speaking. But here we are. One of the reasons that we moved to West Hartford, first of all, I'm a graduate of the Hart School of Music. I got my degree in music education, and I remember being at school as seniors in the music ed program. The one place that we wanted to come, I don't know why this is emotional for me. The one place we wanted to come to student teach was West Hartford, because the music programs were second to none. They are second to none. I remember, we graduated, we moved to Massachusetts for a few years, and when it was time for my wife and I to start a family, this is where we came back to, because not only are the schools here, some of the top in the country, but the music programs, I firmly believe, are some of the top programs in the country. And my girls are living proof of that. I wouldn't be a professional musician had it not been for my music educators coming up. And, I see how Miss Faye is with not only my kids, but with all of the other kids that are in the Suzuki program. And it takes one mentor, one person to change your life and make you want to be a musician. And for me, that was one of my teachers who was recently passed. And without that person, I wouldn't get to do the most amazing, what I feel is the most amazing job in the world, to get to write songs and to get to perform them around the world, and do what I've wanted to do since I was a kid. These teachers, they make dreams come true, and they deserve to stay in our school system. And I hope that you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Arella.
My name is Brendan Pinarella, and I live on 73 Bainbridge Road, West Hartford. I'm a student at King Philip Middle School. I think we should keep the unified arts and not reduce them. Different people have different talents. If you reduce one UA, then some people might not get to participate in something they're good at. In PE, I learned dance moves. It was lots of fun, and now I feel pretty good dancing in front of others. Tech Ed was pretty fun too. We could not get rid of or reduce any unified arts. We should also keep teams in middle schools. I know everyone on my team, and they're all pretty nice. Without teams, it'd be madness. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to, I have no one else in the sign-up. Would anyone else like to address the board? I have one and then two. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tracy Johnston. First, I have to begin with a few housekeeping items. One, I spoke at the last meeting, and I hope you accept my apology for slipping in some vocabulary. I didn't plan that. It was just passion. So I tried something different tonight and wrote down a few thoughts. We're all learning from our mistakes. I must begin with a few housekeeping items. Please consider larger locations for these meetings in the future to allow all of those to be comfortable during these difficult times. The view of those swiveling in the front, in contrast to those on the floor or in the hallway in the back, is simply ridiculous and profoundly unsafe. And if my children were here, I would be embarrassed for my children to see that's how we function as a town. Okay. Where is the fire marshal? And what message are we sending to those that come to participate? I believe we can do better. The comments at the beginning of this meeting regarding your pain of redundancy, I'm sorry, I don't fear conflict, is nothing short of embarrassing. This is our only way to speak to you directly, and for some of us, that matters. This is our only way to make eye contact with you. And I believe as a team we can do better. If what you are hearing seems redundant, that should tell you something about what not to touch. Now on to my planned comments. We have children at Bristow and at Aiken. Ironically, our family needs all that this district has to offer, from the Quest programs to the at-risk programs, and all that it has in the middle. Our family is not unique in this regard. We have one child who needs to be stretched intellectually and another child who needs to be stretched in every other way possible. Music, gym, you name it, unified arts is his life. What they share is that they both need personal connection to their teachers. And if you cut the teachers to the bare bones, those connections won't happen. My husband and I demand that the team of teachers helping us to raise our children, because we believe we need help with that. The team that is here helping us raise our children, we expect to be nothing less than exceptional. We want them to be safe and brave enough to have exceptional relationships with our teachers, and we believe that's reasonable. We ask that you find another way to maintain the good. We believe you as people, you're intellectual, you're smart, you're educated, you know how to solve problems. Well, here's a big one. Let's solve it. We believe you can do that. Do not take, do not cut, do not pretend that it will be okay if you do. It simply won't be okay, and I believe you know that. Do the right thing for that little second grader who spoke tonight, as she asked you personally for your help. She was afraid, and you smiled warmly at her. Show her it's not just about a smile. Show her you were listening, and do something to make the world a better place. It's that easy. Do not cut anything. I see the red card. I'm almost done. Be brave and be strong. Our children are watching, and it's time to teach them that the right road is never the easy road. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, good evening. I did not write anything down because I honestly didn't think I'd have time to speak. I come from a unique position. I am a graduate of the ASK program.
State your name and address.
Allison Gamo, and I'm at 18 Carlisle Road. Some of you know me. I work at the elementary school level at an after-school program, and I have 4 children that have, 3 of them have been through the system, and 1 is currently a 7th grader at King Philip. And again, I work at the elementary level, and I'm a graduate of ASK. Because of ASK, I probably would not be here today on many, many different levels. 1 of my 4 children is also a graduate of ASK. He would not be here right now, I firmly believe, if it were not for Saul and Kogan. I see children at every age because I have an active middle schooler and I work at the elementary school. And I'm just going to say ditto what Tracy said. Every single level is the most important level. You cannot just take something away in the middle and expect children to excel at the end. It has to be there from the beginning. I have unfortunately not had a child in Quest, but I work with children who are in Quest at the elementary school, at the middle school, at the high school. It is important. The music program at elementary school has impacted all 4 of my children. And I don't mean that to mean that they then went on to perform in pops and jazz like one of my brothers. I mean that the regular music teacher at Aiken School, which is where I went before they closed it because there wasn't enough kids, made such an impact on my children. There's been 2 in my tenure, and I think I have a couple more years on the 18 in the West Hartford school system. The elementary schools made an impact on my children just through music. And again, as Tracy said, I would say probably everybody in this room would have no problem to pay to play for other aspects of things we do not want cut. All of my boys who are the graduates went through the physical education department of Hall and KP and Aiken. And 2 of them went on to college for sports. All of them, except 1, had reading issues. They would not have been anywhere without the early intervention at every level. Every aspect of our children's education that has brought everyone here is too important to cut. Please know I'm saying this with all my heart on every level. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board tonight? I see a finger, I see a hand. Please. Coming up, please just state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Scarlett Sestouli. I live at 18 Foxcroft Road. I'm Jennifer Brown, and I live at 59 Milton Street. We are 7th graders on the Ruby team at King Philip Middle School. We are here today because we are concerned about some of the possible program cuts for our middle school. There are a lot of possible cuts, and we know some of them may be necessary. Many people have different opinions on what we should or should not cut in these schools, but I hope you will take our opinion into account.
I know that the music and arts programs are special here in West Hartford. It gives us lots of opportunities to learn the universal language of the world and explore all types of culture through sound. All of us here in this room have been impacted by music or art.
Music is very important to many of us in West Hartford, especially in middle school. Middle school can be, for many students, a hard time, and they often rely on some sort of group or team for support. Many of my friends and I met each other in some sort of music program that has helped shape who we are now.
Like us. Music has built the confidence we now have, and the confidence in making a positive change that has allowed us to come and speak with you right now. If general music is eliminated in middle schools, 50% of 8th graders will not have any musical instruction.
Our schools here in Connecticut are very good. Even some colleges look for our students because of our extraordinary teachers and education that we have here.
The general music curriculum, as one teacher put it, provides an opportunity for all students to grow their musical literacy and express themselves musically. They further develop their appreciation of the musical cultures around the world. This broadens their exposure and understanding, just as it does to read different authors or study different periods of history.
General music is like an extension of social studies, except focusing more on historical musicians and music time periods instead of revolutionary figures and the devastation of different wars. Learning about music and its origins is very important because it teaches us diversity. Our unified art classes are very important for many reasons.
UAs, or Unified Arts, are twice a day, so you really get to know the people in your group and make new friends. Some special needs students aren't in all of the other classes, and in the UAs, they get to be in the same class with all the students that experience the same things together.
Dropping these classes to one a day would also affect the amount of learning we get done in one rotation, let alone 1 year. Music is often called the first thing you learn and the last thing you remember.
We were having a conversation on the pros and cons of general music with one of our friends, Willem. He said, maybe music is optional. Maybe you don't need it to succeed. But doing what we love is not optional.
Taking away music is like taking away a part of our identity. It builds character and helps us come together as a community. Music is more than just playing an instrument or humming a simple tune.
It's a way of life my friends and I plan to explore, and it's a way of expressing your emotions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board tonight? Going once? All right, folks, thank you all very much, and a special thanks to all the students that courageously and most eloquently addressed us tonight. We very much appreciate that, as we do all of you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we are going to return back here and conduct a workshop on some other items in the budget. Again, thank you. You're welcome to stay, or certainly this would be the opportunity to leave if you care to do so. Thank you.
I will get you guys water. I will do it. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thanks for getting my water. I feel like such a, when I got back, I was like, oh, my water right behind where the people stand.
No worries. Yeah, I figured you were no big deal. I threw my back out, so I haven't sat in 3 days. Holy crap. He, this was on Wednesday. I mean, he backs it up and figures out all the symptoms. He was feeling, he wasn't remembering, people were telling him he wasn't remembering things they were saying, and he went numb all down his left side. So Collins told him, you will go to the doctor because he was worried he had a stroke. Found out he had a brain tumor. Doc said to him, I tried to go out. You're the one, yeah. You need to have radio surgery. I tried to get on now. So he's like, when do you want to do it? He's like, tomorrow. They looked at the schedule, like, busy tomorrow, but I'm going to move things around. You do it on Friday. So they removed a big giant massive tumor. And on Friday, on Sunday they send him home. I'm like, oh my God. And I went to see him in New Haven over the weekend at Yale, and totally himself. Remember that name.
Let's gather around, folks. We're here. Welcome back. We're going to move on to our third budget workshop. As I mentioned, we're going to continue to review the items in the additional budget reductions for consideration by the board, and then look at some new items that have been raised by people via email, and then some people have discussed here on the board. There was a suggestion, which is fine with me, to start with the new items and then go back to the ones from last week. I think is that okay? I think Paul gave me a compelling argument to do so. So we'll start with that. So we're going to start, as I recall, we ended last week with the SIS3, the system-wide items, and then we're moving on from there. Anyway, please take it away.
All right, so we're starting then on the supervision of instruction reductions, which are found on page D81 to D97. I think we did. I thought we did ESOL.
Did we cover
I'm sorry.
We talked about, yeah.
We talked about it. I don't know if there was a.
No, we were that was one of our return items. I know you just mentioned that to me,
The
but
SIS3 was the,
I thought we said start new at SIS3.
That's what I thought.
Because we did the elementary.
Quest.
We did the elementary quest, and we did that, we did that in addition to, because yeah.
Right, that's right.
So
Okay.
we have to start with the ESOL.
So we can go. Let's start with this. Let's start with the SIS3. And again, this is an opportunity for you all to give us more information about these specific programs. Of course, this is now in addition to information, data that we've received from people who are in the programs, have gone through the programs, and otherwise. But anyway, so yeah, let's start with SIS3 trim ESOL staffing.
okay. The SIS3 ESOL staffing reductions, again, are found on page D80. And the proposed system-wide reduction here would look at trimming staffing for our ESOL by 2.0. We currently have 16.6 FTEs plus tutors that provide these services. Paul can explain what the impact of this would then be on our program.
Remember, we
isn't that
actually
one?
trimmed it to one because
Okay.
because of state.
That's
yeah.
right, because based on the anticipated students, so one, okay.
Very good. Paul Vicina's 50 South Main Street, Westhorf.
We should point out that we didn't ban him from the table. He chose to be over there.
So he could see the red card.
I'm
suffering with a back issue.
Also, if you threw something at him, you wouldn't hit Gretchen, so this is probably better.
All right. So as you know, our ESOL program provides English language proficiency services for students whose primary language is other than English. And currently, we have a total of 16.6 FTEs, plus tutors that help to provide that service across all grade levels, K through 12 in the district. And before I kind of get into how those FTEs are spread, just some basic facts. First and foremost, that the education of English learners is a protected civil right. beyond a basic responsibility in that regard. Research shows that it takes between 5 to 7 years for students to gain English language proficiency at an academic level. So beyond just being able to be functional in terms of everyday speech, to be able to study on pace and on par with their English-speaking peers. Federal and state case law provide guidance on staffing requirements and budgetary constraints, and there's specific guidance in state law, as in federal law, that prohibits merely supplementing a regular education with push-in or pull-out tutor service by folks that are not formally trained and certified in ESOL, which is TESOL teachers, actually teaching English to speakers of other languages. We as a district do benefit from federal funding, Title III funding, which also requires our obligation to provide professional learning, not just to our ESOL staff, but to all staff on those levels. So with that, where we are right now with our 16.6 FTEs, and again, an FTE is a full-time equivalency or a full-time teacher. So we have 9.8 FTEs that are dedicated to our 11 elementary schools. So we do have less than one full-time teacher at each elementary, and that's because we do have some smaller footprints for our ESOL populations at some of our schools. So we have part-time staff that spread across those buildings to shoulder that load. We have 1.8 FTEs, or almost 2 full-time teachers, that are dedicated to bilingual education. And bilingual education is required whenever you have 20 or more students who speak the same language attending at a single school. And so generally for us that has been Spanish, but there have been instances also where it's been Vietnamese for a year. We have 4 FTEs that service our 5 secondary schools. And then we have one teacher leader, one full-time teacher leader who serves in the role of a town-wide curriculum specialist to help oversee the program, essentially not only serve as a resource to their teachers and provide all the professional learning, but supervises the placements of students, helps with diagnostics, has helped to revitalize the curriculum as the state of Connecticut has in the last 2 years unfolded its new English language learner frameworks and such. So that's kind of a description of where we are. The reduction in this area would have a significant impact. We're already spending time with our students in the neighborhood. I looked at all the schedules of all of our teachers and looked at the number of students at each school and caseloads and observed that, generally speaking, the average is 22 hours of direct service with kids. That's 22 hours direct service, not counting teacher prep time, teacher lunch time, any duties that they might service, any of our student success teams for ESOL, we call them ESOL advisories, or push-in periods where teachers are providing other support. So it's an average of 22 hours, and that averages to servicing 20 students, which broken out when you look at the elementary level specifically, 6 grade levels times 1.5 group settings times an average of 2.5 hours per group. That's where we come up with the average of 22 hours. There are 550 English language learners in the district. 284, just over 50% of them, are in grades K through 3. And that makes up about 10% of our K through 3 population overall. Schools with the largest impact are Smith, which services 70 English language learners, Webb Hill, which services 49, and Whiting Lane, which services 47. Again, in terms of those 9.8 FTEs, it is only Bugby, Morley, and Norfolk with slightly smaller populations that have part-time teachers. And our bilingual teachers currently service at Charter Oak, Smith, and Webb Hill. We potentially anticipate that we could be having bilingual schools at Smith, Webb Hill, Whiting Lane, and or Conard next year. One or two of those schools is close at 19, so it would depend. So this cut of a 1.0 teacher would truthfully be a challenging cut for us in terms of being able to provide the services that we want. And I just want to go out on a limb to say, this, like our students with disabilities, is one of our needier populations that continues to have academic needs that we support through our reading specialists and through our other programs after they've met the minimum basic language proficiency requirements to no longer carry the label of an English learner. So, and it's also a voice for parents that's hard for us to engage in, and given the fact that many of our, especially our newcomer families, when the children are learning English, often many, not all, but many of the families are working with programs that Rosina Haskins oversees, learning English themselves as adults. So with that, it's a description of the program and the relative needs, I think, that we think.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry about your back.
No worries.
Any questions for Mr. Rosinas? Yeah.
I just have one quick question. This is sort of an odd thought, but is it actually less, I don't want to say time consuming, but FTE consuming if you have a population of 20 so that you can teach them all as a group? I mean, is there any savings in that sense?
Good question. So the way that students are grouped, there are 5 defined levels of language proficiency, with a level 1 student being teamed a beginner, and we have some true beginners. We have some students who may come to us that speak no English whatsoever upon arriving on our doorsteps, and literally from the time, like any student, from the time you arrive on the doorstep, you go to the residency office and your education is scheduled to begin literally that next day. Through level 5. Level 5 is considered advanced. So these are students that are certainly more than likely conversational in their English, but are not necessarily able to learn at the same pace as their English-speaking peers. So simply putting them all into singular groups, especially when looking at the support that happens with ESOL teachers, they're generally dividing their time between language proficiency, working on remediating the English language, and also academic support with what's happening with the grade level standards and instruction in the classroom. So it's really a 3-dimensional puzzle when you look at scheduling. It's what grade level is the child and what language proficiency is the child, to break those into different groups and to be able to provide that support both on academics in the classroom and also on just becoming a better reader, a better speaker of the language. So not as easy as just simply having them all in one group with any expectation that they'll learn at the same pace. I'd also make mention, especially with our true beginners, these are students, sometimes if they're coming from other countries, they may have interrupted educational patterns just based on the differences of where they lived. And I've got actually pages of anecdotes of some just great stories of some of the very rich diversity that we have among our English learner population here in the district.
Thank you very much. We can. This is the time to talk about it. If people don't want to ask other questions or chat about it, this is a chance for us to gain information. No other questions, concerns? All right. So we'll continue on to additional new items. The supervision one.
The supervision of instruction reductions, again, if you're following along in your budget book, can be found pages D81 to D97. The first item is a reduction to the department supervisory staff. There's a total currently of 22.8 department supervisors across the district. These supervisors are important leaders in that they evaluate teachers, they provide school and district leadership for the department, they mentor our new teachers, and they're an important part of the school's leadership teams. This proposed reduction would eliminate about 30% of the department supervisors, impacting the 5 academic areas, school counseling and library media services, for a proposed reduction of $429,000.
So I'd like to talk about each of these 3 separate proposals that Andy just outlined. But I want to give a little bit of life to what a department supervisor is. This is, again, one of those positions where the parent or the student might recognize the face but not really have a picture of what the role is. So department supervisors, as administrators, have primary responsibility for the implementation, the review, and the continuous improvement of the curriculum within their specific content areas. And all district-wide testing, student placement, hiring, supervision, evaluation of teachers with a specific focus on the grooming and the development of non-tenured teachers in their areas. They have responsibility for program budgeting, text and resource allocation, and the maintenance of their resources, all discipline-specific professional learning for the teaching staff, and the first line of support for teachers and families when resolving questions or issues, concerns that cannot otherwise be answered right there at the classroom level. They are a critical member of the building and district leadership teams. They do represent about a third of our extended leadership team, helping to shape school and district policy on issues relating to curriculum instruction. They contribute to school scheduling. They contribute to school budget process. They contribute to areas of focus for professional learning at the school level and serve as liaisons for their department staff relative to the principal in terms of issues relating to technology acquisition, duty assignments, and general day-to-day issues that impact culture and climate. So in the first proposal, there are 10 core academic department supervisors, being English, mathematics, social studies, science, and world language. And those 10 members evaluate a total of 212 staff members at the secondary level, that's across all levels, with an average caseload of about 21 teachers each. By comparison, we do have evaluation, say, by our assistant principals. They evaluate 101 teachers, averaging just over 10 each. Now, differences in their daily job responsibilities explain the rationale for why department supervisors carry a heavy load, and also the idea that, again, they're tasked with grooming our newest teachers. So we're always pairing our non-tenures, and typically, when we originally had the assessment cycle, we would be pairing those with content specialists so that we could ensure that they had the best possible evaluation and development. But recognizing the potential elimination, that would definitely place an undue burden on the building administrators, who are often tasked daily with the putting out of fires and the attendance to student issues, and also degrade the quality of supervision and teacher development that we're currently able to provide. In addition, given that the department supervisors, as I've said, mainly evaluate non-tenured teachers, which require 2 to 3 times the number of observations, the number of evaluations in our model and in the state guidelines would also be impacted in terms of the quality that we're able to guarantee with just building administrators. Finally, it bears mentioning again that the department supervisors have responsibility for planning and implementing the content-specific professional learning through our CSI Wednesdays, and a reduction of this magnitude would likely diminish our ability as a district to continue to provide the continuous improvement and keep pace with all the various educational initiatives, the curricular changes, state and district mandates that comprise our district development plan, as well as our statutory obligations. We currently stand apart as a learning organization, and much of the credit is to the work carried out by our content area supervisors and the professional learning framework that we've established with our Wednesday CSI calendar.
Paul, thanks. Can you say something, the last piece about the curricular development, to the role that these folk are involved in helping to translate state mandates, but also, as I understand it through the years, been involved in working with teachers to develop curricula here in the district?
Certainly. So a perfect example that's ongoing right now, I think, is within, I'll just pick on the science department, with the development of next generation science standards. We're on the brink of the development and implementation of a new science curriculum, K through 12, with a greater focus on engineering and technology. We've heard a lot about, there was some public speaker that came up, one of our community members that spoke about the STEM field and how it's emerging, and that's obviously not gone unnoticed by educators. So there's a look at the state level to revamp really the content of what is taught in the science curriculum. It's a new way of teaching. It's not just about, learning chemistry or biology. They've defined cross-cutting concepts. Our two department supervisors within secondary science, as well as our town-wide curriculum specialist that oversees elementary science, have been involved at a state level, working on different committees to not only educate but help shape the direction of that, and also help shape the direction of our, as you know, we have by federal mandate, we have state assessments in science that are given in grades 5, 8, and 10, moving to 11. So even with something as simple as the change of our state assessment from 10 to 11, our department supervisor leadership is really looking at what's the curricular impact of that? How do we now need to reshape our existing earth science and 10th grade biology curriculum to accommodate a change, and what would we want that instruction to look like, knowing that the state assessment moves into grade 11? What opportunities does that give us? Because I think we've heard statements up at the table in the past when we've gone over our state assessment results that we've kind of tailored our 9th grade science curriculum to fit a lot of what was the 10th grade capped, which we didn't always feel educationally was the best science instruction. So that's sort of an example of shaping the curriculum and then backfeeding that with, okay, how do I get all of this information out to my teachers and provide them continuous and ongoing professional learning about it? And again, the notion that we have continuous opportunities for PD with our Wednesdays puts us in a great position as a district relative to other places where it's 2 days a year or 3 days a year, one of which is usually at the beginning of the year, just kind of celebrating the return to school. But without the leadership to plan, develop, and to roll the sleeves up and dig deeply into the work, that structure is not fulfilled in terms of the potential and I think the design that it was built for.
One area that I'm noticing with this as I'm listening and taking notes about what you're saying is how it really impacts the teachers. And you said it degrades the quality of the supervision, right, for the teachers' development because there's just less of them. And looking at the professional learning and then looking at the grooming and support. And I'm also thinking about the roll forward budget with the Leadership Academy piece in there. And it just feels as though a lot is coming on the teachers when you couple those items together. It's more just an observation, but it's something that I think is very significant.
So, sometimes Jay and I often compare how the business world, things happen here, and in the school it doesn't. There's a couple sayings, management has cause, everything else is effect. And the military, management is very strong. And often we're told that, well, Mark, you really can't correlate the real, the business world with school. And I get it, right? So possibly, so I say that, but then the next thing that comes to me and says, and you alluded to it, people ask me all the time, like, what separates, West Hartford from the rest of the towns around us, right? And why are so many people in here passionate, right? Because of our teachers, right? No one up here, and don't get this wrong way, but no one came up here to save my supervisor. They were talking about the teachers and the individual impacts that they have on those lives. And I get it, but what makes us different as our teachers is our, I struggled with this for a while, as long as I've been on the board, because that's a difficult question, a difficult answer sometimes. But professional development, the PD on Wednesdays, we do it every Wednesday. That really sets us apart from the rest of, Connecticut, if you will, because not a lot of towns do that, right? And you're getting a lot of intellectual collaboration there, right? It's professional development. In the real world, the business world, management does that. But we come collectively together to do it as a group. So I say that because the passionate responses that we've gotten and the hundreds of emails that we've gotten, I always try to make decisions based on how does it affect the kids in the classroom? Like, do we put money into the classroom or do we take it out? And I've always been a proponent that we should spend money in the classroom to benefit the kids. So those peripherals, and I look at this as possibly a peripheral, that has the least and limited amount of impact in the classroom itself. So I just think we have to look at this as a limited impact. We don't necessarily have to, all FTEs, but this is one that I think that we can possibly revisit, given the facts that I just talked about.
Paul, my question is simple. In terms of the area where it says the reduction would return to the historical norm of one department supervisor, how long ago were we just at one department supervisor?
I'm going to need to ask someone in the crowd because as long as I've been here for 24 years, I've only known 2 department supervisor model.
Right. So it seems to me that we want to go forward and not backward. And I know that with everybody sitting around the board.
Oh.
You're talking about counseling?
Where
You're
it
talking about
says,
the 1.6 in counseling,
Right.
correct?
I haven't done the counseling piece.
You haven't got down
I
there
just
yet?
started with the academics. So there's three pieces to this proposal, which one is reducing from 10 townwide academic supervisors. So we have 2 social studies, 2 science, 2 art, 2 English, and 2 world language, reducing that to 1 each versus 2. So I started there and kind of described in broad strokes. And, in fairness to Mark's question, there's no denying that one of the differences in the district is us versus other districts is in terms of counting up of people, we could be classified as administrator heavy. The difference is, I think, when you look at our structures, the role of those supervisors and what they're asked to do. And we are the cutting edge on curriculum and on professional development, and that is based on our ability to leverage our supervisory team to keep us fresh with that. And that's a change that we went after within school counseling. Someone can help me if it was 3 years ago, where we added a 0.6 additional supervisor to the middle school counseling role, rounding out our supervision and counseling to 1.6. So school counseling department supervisors, obviously they mirror their content area department supervisors in terms of their scope of responsibility. There are 26 counselors, 10 at the middle school and 16 at the high school. And our current model supports a ratio of 1 supervisor to 16 in terms of you're looking at the 1.6 to 26. Beyond just supervision, the counseling supervisors oversee the implementation of all the core components of our counseling model, namely the counseling curriculum itself, the individual student planning, the responsive services, and collaboration among all stakeholders within the school, the family, and the community. Through the leadership of our counseling department supervisors, we've recently seen a redesign in the grade 9 counseling program, the structure of how our services are provided 9 through 12, a revitalization in the 9th grade counseling curriculum, significant and necessary professional development among all counseling staff and the elementary curriculum specialists related to the emerging 504 requirements, and a critical review of the entire 612 program that they just finished up. Gretchen and I overheard that with the Curriculum Council last week. Outcomes from that very recent program review identified a number of priorities that we would look to the leadership of the 2 individuals to take charge of. Curriculum work in grades 6 through 8 and 10 through 12 to align the overall structural changes that were begun to be undertaken in grade 9. Professional learning and coordinated use of data to measure the effectiveness of service delivery, 504 case management and district level planning to support broad scale staff development on the same topic of 504, improvements in alignment of services and communication between our clinical staff, our social workers, our school psychologists, and the school counseling team, as well as other outside agencies. Those priorities require dedicated leadership. A reduction within school counseling will impede their department efforts and in some cases shift the burden of certain responsibilities either onto building administrators or other pupil services, creating a more siloed approach to how we handle school counseling and 504 case management. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I think the point that I was making is we've come so far, and it seems like we would be going backwards, and I'm pretty sure that the direction that we want to go is in a forward direction.
I think that's an interesting point, Carol. And one of the things, for a minute, I don't want to be autobiographical. Paul and I were both department supervisors. You won't find that in any other district in the state because not a lot necessarily have that content expertise. And I've been thinking about this during the discussion. In education, we always talk about skills. And I look at you two as my history professors also. Content matters too. Gotta go and we'll come back. We got
too long and not move around and
Yeah, yeah.
All right, welcome back, folks. Where'd everyone go? All right.
Carol's after talking, I think.
Carol, you were interrupted? Who was interrupted?
Tom was making a point.
Oh, right, Tom was responding to you, right.
We were on
Yeah,
department supervisors and moving on to the last of the three
Yeah.
sections of that first part.
Just finishing the point, it's just that department supervisors in West Hartford, one of the things that separates us, in addition to professional development, is that we do development towards content. I think it is interesting that in West Hartford, we still realize and talk about content mattering, where most of the time when I'm around education, we really focus on skills. And that's what you see in a lot of places. And a lot of places have a model where the principal and the assistant principals are the department supervisors, and then there's a teacher on special assignment. And this has been something that has, I think, reasserted the importance of having somebody in the building that is a content expert. So,
And I just want to, I apologize. I just want to make sure I have opportunity to talk about our library media department supervisor as well, which is the third part of the overall supervision proposal in terms of not filling that position, and just give some insight as to what does the library media service library media department supervisor responsible for. So certainly this position provides direct support for evaluation of the 18 library media service specialists that are spread across our 16 schools. And again, as we've said, provides leadership for the curriculum design, implementation, and assessment of professional development, our resources, and our program management within library. The piece that's kind of unique regarding our library media department supervisor is the need to provide leadership and curriculum articulation by analyzing all other content areas and the standards and the standardized test requirements in relation to library media. To determine the areas of integration, areas where we can foster collaboration between the library media specialists in the building and the classroom teachers. So the DS works with other academic and townwide supervisors and the curriculum specialists at the elementary schools to identify and promote resources, services, and instruction provided within the library media program. It's important to recognize that libraries are more than just rooms filled with books. They provide equitable access for all students by addressing diversity, by addressing learning needs, such as reading level, varying the variety of text formats, and support of universal design for learning. So under the direction of our department supervisor, our library media program supports cultural diversity through the identification of historical figures within Connecticut and the procurement of relevant resources about the same. They've provided identification of mentor texts used within English language arts and social studies instruction to support inquiry-based instruction. Our library media department supervisor provides professional learning and supports technology integration within the curriculum. Training that's been provided ensures that the library media specialist will be the technology leader in the building. Our program has supported staff and student learning on a variety of platforms such as Google Classroom. I think you've heard some folks talk about effective search strategies with Destiny, the use of VoiceThread and digital storytelling, just simple examples. They're also charged, our department supervisor is charged with supporting our library media specialists at each of the buildings with collection maintenance. Now, collections consist of print books, e-books, audiobooks, and online database subscriptions, but they're tailored to support the specific needs of the school population. The management of collections is not simply ordering 16 copies of any one book and then distributing across all the schools. Finally, our library media department supervisor also takes responsibility for physical plant management, which is working in cooperation with our library media specialists in the building, our building principals, and with plant services itself, so that the library can be more than just shelves and texts. It should reflect a learning commons model with spaces designed and arranged to accommodate both whole class instruction and unique learning spaces such as maker spaces, technology enhanced collaboration stations, and quiet reading or independent study areas. The evaluation of resources and available space and all the logistics behind enhancing and improving those spaces falls to the department supervisor.
Thank you for that. I'm not comfortable about making any of these cuts. I just want to be clear about that. But I do want to return to Mark's point a little bit. First of all, for the academic areas. Well, first of all, as I understand it, each of the department supervisors is really responsible for two different things, and one is evaluation of everybody underneath them. And that, it seems to me, we have to take seriously. So, for example, while I might otherwise say, I'm not sure that we would necessarily need a department head of the librarians, they seem completely competent to do some of these, collection management things on their own. I understand that nobody would be evaluating them if we didn't have that. So I do understand that role of it. But bracketing and to get rid of anybody means that you double the evaluation burden of the rest. But the other job that they have, if I understand, is the curricular management and everything like that. And I guess one question that I have about the 5 academic area supervisors, at least, is you gave the example of science. Last year, we revamped math. These are hugely complicated things, and we absolutely need all hands on deck. But are there fields, God forbid history would be one of them, where we're not necessarily going overarching changes to the whole discipline? And so is it possible that there might be, in any given year, say next year, 1 or 2 of these fields that doesn't necessarily need 2? Is that a way around this? I know it doesn't solve the evaluation problem, but I'm just asking if that's a possibility.
Well, in terms of just, you asked about science was the example that I used. Alongside science, the state has also just adopted a brand new social studies framework, and you've seen highlighted some of our changes in our most recent cultural diversity. Social studies has played a huge role. At both the elementary and secondary level, a big piece of the new social studies framework is also about developing inquiry. So, working with our teachers and providing the professional development to sort of change teaching practice and certainly move away from. I don't believe that I don't believe we're mired in it, and I don't believe we have many teachers that are there. But perception that I had when I was a student in another district growing up. Social studies was not taught as effectively as I've seen it here in terms of engagement and teaching about themes. It was sort of a delivery of content, facts, and dates and such. And that is definitely not the outlook of what social studies instruction is. I know Tom can speak much more volumes to the best intended purpose of how it happens, and that's what our department supervisors do. In music and in art, the National Arts Association has just approved new standards that were just adopted by the state of Connecticut this year. I know that Andy Mayo and Pam Murphy are both well versed in that. They've both gone through their curricular program review. Andy went through last year, and Pam just finished up. I know that Pam also worked, again, as you'll hear, worked with the state as one of the leaders in supporting and getting those new standards adopted in Connecticut. Likewise, I can go back to social studies and talk about the role of Ashley, Jessica Blitzer, and Chad on serving on state committees.
Is that similar? Is that similar? The similar case for the library media specialists and this kind of curricular development and translation of state mandates?
Absolutely. In terms of library media, library media, music, art. These are places where we have one supervisor. for a content area, as opposed to the 10 that I mentioned: the science, social studies, world language, math, and English language arts. Those are where we have 2. But I mean, library media, in terms of it's always a field that's closely connected with technology. So it's always sort of being reborn and continuing to keep itself relevant and in support of not only the changing curriculum in the other content areas, but the emerging technologies that support research and the relevance of the different print medias for resources, whether they're texts or pleasure reading types of things. So there is an ongoing evolution within education for all of these pieces. The work that our department supervisors are charged to stay current with, and it's interesting to work in a district where we can point to, and I know Rosie Bonner was mentioned earlier, as was another, I forgot the name, but I knew it when I was a young teacher. Dale, yeah. Folks that have, here within West Hartford, had prominent roles in their discipline-specific community at the state levels and sometimes at the national levels. You've heard us talk about opportunities that have existed like that for us within other content areas over the years, and it's just a testament to the caliber of the work that we do and the role that these folks play.
That's actually really helpful, and I thank you. And part of, I guess, the flip side of what you're saying, Mark, is that one of the reasons the teachers can do what they do in the classroom, it seems to me, is that these guys are doing a whole lot of it behind the scenes that they would have to do if these supervisors were gone. And now I know I'm really getting in the weeds, but the one that I'm really not persuaded about yet is counseling. And the reason that I say that is, honestly, I know we're only talking about 0.6 of a FTE, so it's not even a large number, but I'm gonna argue on the next page that we should never cut the number of counselors. In fact, we need to raise them. So I'm wondering, do we actually need 1.6 supervisors? Would it be possible, it seems to me we need more feet on the ground than supervising. And again, I don't know, but reducing from 1.6 to 1, it seems to me there's still a supervisor, but if we're going to compromise somewhere, I'd rather do it in the supervisory than in the counselors themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Gretchen, I take part of this with me, but I mean, one of the big areas that I would point to within the counseling world, and the piece that we as a leadership team have had a lot of professional development in and around recently, is our role under Section 504, and the program. I know she's looking at me. She's like, I can do a way better job than you, Paul. So let me let her start.
I'll also add to that. I think Mark and I were the only ones. I'm not sure if you were, but when we added this position, we had a long conversation about the fundamental needs for this beyond the so-called boots on the ground, given the changing dynamics, especially at the middle school. And this was a vital addition. So, I mean, we could go back into the archive, but I remember distinctly very, very compelling arguments for this position.
If you both thought that was important before, I'm all for it. So.
Well, I don't want to speak for Mark, but I remember that conversation, and I remember voting in favor of that.
Right. And I'd be happy to talk about that now or revisit it when I talk about counselors and revisit the role of the supervisor, whichever you prefer. Okay, so I think that the needs of a middle school student are unique, incredibly unique. And so the supervisor at the middle school level brings that continuity between all of the middle schools that helps address those issues that are even more emerging and more important now than they ever have been before. So we look at a population of students who are exhibiting at-risk behaviors at younger and younger ages. And our school counseling team is often, they're the first person that a student will turn to. And so to have that guidance and supervision from a supervisor who specializes in the needs of middle school students is critical. And in addition to that, with the new guidance that we've received around 504, the number of 504 cases is increasing even more at the middle school than they are at the high school. And so our particular department supervisor, and although we're supposed to be looking at positions and not people, I have to think about the person, has really taken on a leadership role in terms of 504 and providing that technical support that people need across the whole district, you know, all the way from elementary school to high school, in terms of how we manage paperwork, which has become so important, but also then delivering that service. And so it's just an integral role. And so taking that away would leave the middle school counselors really without that leadership to move forward in a field that's just starting to balloon.
Yeah, and if I could add just one thing to this, and thinking of the supervisors, because I don't disagree with you, Cheryl, in terms of our numbers of referrals at the middle schools are skyrocketing, certainly. And that's actually, I would argue, an argument even more for the .6 position, just because those are things that people need someone to go see and bounce an idea off of and have that expertise of where is this. And the danger is, and you know, Tor Fisk, you've all seen Tor Fisk present, and there's not a school counseling supervisor better in the state, in the country. One of the things that I would say is, you know the pressures, we know what school counseling is really doing throughout the high school, but you know the pressures in West Hartford in December for seniors, and January, and February and March and April until college decisions are made. And people think that's what school counselors are doing. That's such a small part. But Tor's attention is necessarily pulled so often to what's happening at the high school. And I can tell you, because I do it to him. Because I get a call from somebody who says, Mr. Moore, my child didn't get into this place. And I say, let me look at it. And then I call Tor and I'm like, that does seem weird. And he, the next minute, is on the phone with the representative from that university to find out what was it, to go back to the parent, to go back to that counselor. And so as Tor's doing that and being pulled, we also can't lose our focus on the middle school kids, because it's a different pressure for them. And it's nobody calling necessarily about it, but it's powerful and necessary. And so I think that was part of the rationale, just to go back to what you had asked about before, Mark, that I think is important.
If I could just say, this is a horrible process, and none of us want to be here. But one thing I'm really grateful for is that I now know things I didn't know before. And it's a little bit like the Suzuki conversation, where I came in and I said one thing, and then you said, well, it's really about this other thing. I thought, oh, I'm hoping that there are lots of people tuning into our fascinating discussions, because it actually is. I knew none of this, so thank you. That really is helpful.
I'm sorry.
So I want to clarify, because I think you misunderstood me. I wasn't indicating that because of the supervisors that our teachers are so great. That very well may be the case, but that wasn't my argument. My argument was that the professional development on Wednesdays, because we're unique like any other district, is really what gives our teachers the advantage. And my analysis between the business world and school, as I often do, you always remind me there's no correlation, Mark. The business world and schools are completely different. Don't use any more examples. And I say, okay. So, here's another example where I said, in the business world, management is cause, everything else is effect. Well, in the school, not necessarily the case. So I just want to be clear on that. And I was here when we added the counselor supervisor, and I supported that. And I continue to do for that position, right? Because it's important. But also, Carol, you mentioned that, we always have to move forward. We can't move backwards. Well, just to remind you, the superintendent's budget is making cuts that roll forward. And if we always just roll forward, you don't need a Board of Ed. If we just do roll forward and just give it a pass, you don't need a Board of Ed. So not necessarily moving backwards, but like someone used an example, is when you trim a tree, a fruit tree, and it bears more fruit, that's the example that we could use here. It's not about moving backwards, archaic. It's not being, we have to be responsible on this. So I just you mentioned that when I talked about making some cuts, and I just want to address that.
just have one question. I'm curious. So if under, for instance, just using for instance, the media services, if that supervisor is eliminated, the evaluations, it says, and supervision of the media specialist would return to the schools. So how does, who at the school, how does that work? How does that look if
It would
that
just
happened
be,
real time?
it would be the principals. The principals would evaluate.
And the issue there obviously is, I don't want to take anything away from our principals. I don't know that any of our principals have any expertise in library media, nor do I. So it would be a dramatic challenge in terms of what's the long-term impact on the programming. To Mark's point about the PD, what's the impact on the PD without leadership for the PD defining the direction, and those are the folks that are leading the PD. 30% of our CSI Wednesdays are professional development series that are generally led at a department level, designed and implemented by our department supervising staff.
So everybody's asked great questions. I just got a couple. I want to understand the workload of the department supervisors a little more. Before the fire alarm, you mentioned the average number of teacher evaluations. What was that number?
I believe it was 21 or 22.
Okay, right.
22, I think.
And how many evaluations are done in a year for a single teacher? Is it right?
So for a non-tenured teacher, you're going to do 3 form, which is primarily who the department supervisors are tasked with working with. They've hired them, and then they groom them for 4 years, and working alongside the building principal, make decisions on retaining them. So in our process, which is modeled after the state process, there are 3 formal observations of a non-tenured teacher in a given year, and I believe it's 3 informals, 2 informals.
2 informals plus many others, but the key with the observation process is, remember, that's a pre-observation meeting with the teacher. What are we going to see? How are you trying to get this across? A observation where you actually see it, then the post-observation where you meet with the person, then the full write-up of that observation. So it's not just that one time going to class and let me give you that feedback.
Right, so that's a huge amount of time. If we were to cut these, where would that fall?
That would necessarily fall to the assistant principals and the principals at the secondary level. And the difficult part with world language, with library media, at the elementary level, that falls to the building principal. And the building principals at the elementary level, aside from the relief valve that they get from the department supervisors, are the only administrative show in town. So when you look at a big school that has 30, 35 teachers, absent being able to say, hey, I can get my art teacher supervised by my art supervisor, and so on and so forth, the building principal has to do it all.
Thank you.
Follow up, and what period of time do those evaluations have to be done? Because I'm sure there's a time frame when they have to be done.
You have to
within a
have,
certain
yeah,
amount of-
we do non-tenure reviews by mid-January. So those all have to be, that part has to be completed. Now, by January 15th or whenever we're having the meeting at that school. That's not the end of the evaluation process goes through, because included in that is the goal-setting process, reflection on last year, what are you going to work on this year, mid-year conferences, end-of-the-year conferences to go over the evaluation of what you actually did during the year, and kind of putting together those observations, the 3 formal plus multiple informal, just the pop-ins with a quick note sometimes. So the formal portion kind of has to be done by the time we make the decision of whether to renew somebody.
All right, thank you. Let's move on. Elementary instructional support.
Yes, elementary instructional support, item supervisory 2. The proposed reduction would eliminate 2 out of the 6 current support positions that we have for the elementary school. We have 4 specialists leading our math and science, language and social studies, and 2 instructional coaches, which the board has supported.
So these positions, I'll just describe them briefly. The 2 town-wide curriculum specialists in humanities have, one person has responsibility for English language arts and social studies, K through 5, pre-K through 5 really, and one for math science. They serve in the similar role to that of the department supervisor, except that they're not in an evaluative role. They're teacher leaders. They oversee the design, the implementation of the entire pre-K through 5 curriculum in those content areas, and provide support to the district development plan relative to elementary work. And they design and implement professional learning opportunities for all elementary classroom teachers across the district. Other than that, they're heavily engaged in actual writing and revision of units, and carry that piece of the load of the major content areas for classroom instruction. The literacy intervention specialist is a teacher leader position that provides townwide support to the 21 building-based reading specialists and early intervention teachers. This position provides support and oversight to the entire district-wide SRBI process and SST student success team process, to include the data management, the analysis of our universal screening data, and the analysis of our DRA, our developmental reading assessment. The person meets regularly with all the reading specialists, the EI teachers, and the literacy tutors to provide job-embedded support, as well as provide diagnostic assessment on individual students on a consult basis as necessary. The position contributes to curriculum review, providing the lens of the interventionist, and collaborates with our ESOL coordinator, ESOL teachers in the building, as well as the 6 through 12 English Language Arts Department supervisors to provide for a consistent K-12 framework in terms of supporting struggling readers. All right. Then we do have 3 additional folks that are teacher leaders serving in an instructional coaching role. 2 of those positions are the town-funded positions that were recently added. One of those positions is funded through Title I's and is specific as a math instructional coach. The Title I coach only services the 5 Title I schools as prescribed by the budgeting regulations under Title I. Whereas the 2 town-funded positions, one of them also specializes in mathematics, and the other provides general support in any of the given subject areas. Coaches work with teachers in a classroom setting in planned 6 to 8 week cycles of support. The coaching cycle includes collaborative planning and dialogue, observation and or co-teaching of lessons, and reflective dialogue. Coaches will demonstrate model lessons for teachers in the classroom. They'll confer with individual teachers or teacher teams during grade level meeting times, talk about instructional practice, grouping strategies, differentiation strategies, and point them in the direction for different instructional resources based on what their lesson goals are. They also support the planning and implementation of the district and school-based professional learning as it relates to teaching practice, tiered intervention, and diagnostic assessment. So as you know, the coaching model is relatively a new endeavor here in the district. It's now in its 2nd year. We tweaked the design this year from last year. Last year, with our 2 townwide coaches, we were primarily trying to support non-tenured teachers at the elementary level. This year, we've said we want to be more focused in on our district goals. So we made the shift to making one of those folks math specific. And I had a conversation with an elementary principal today. I said, talk to me about what the coach is doing in your building and what it means. And the principal said that the coach has been instrumental in supporting our school goals and providing the instructional shifts to deepen our understanding of teaching practice. They've worked with teachers and us as a leadership team to really clarify what we're trying to do and break it down into actionable steps. They are working with a particular 3rd grade team, and the principal has noted that the entire team, every single one of those teachers, has implemented an instructional practice in math called Number Talks that specifically targets student engagement and student discourse and ability to explain concepts. It's led to greater teacher leadership, the principal said, in terms of observing folks that have gained confidence in that and then begun taking a leadership role there at the building in terms of staff meetings and kind of spreading the seed of good practice. The coach also worked with the 5th grade team to organize and facilitate a very veteran staff on other instructional changes the principal just went on and on about the dramatic support that it's been, the difference that is made, and has said that in a 7-month period, her school is a different place today than it was in September.
Thank you. Any questions
No.
about? No questions. Go ahead.
So here's another business term, last in, first out. And I know Andy said we supported this, but the 2 instructional coaches, again, that's not heard an antidote. That's great. But again, least amount of impact in the classrooms. Here's an example of, a 2.0. It's new. It's 2 years old. We did it when times were very good. It was said earlier too, be a leader. Don't do anything, basically what they said. Be a leader and don't do anything. Got up and talked. Do the right thing and don't make any cuts. Be a leader. Don't make any cuts. Well, that's not a leader. It's a sheep. Sometimes you have to, to be a leader, you got to make the tough decisions. And they're not comfortable conversations. I said it here last week. There's nothing on here I want to cut. There really is not. I want West Hartford school system to look like what West Hartford looks like, and I want it to continue to strive and be successful. But these are unprecedented times, and this is another example that I would consider discussing about potential cuts on that one. So.
We're thinking. We're moving on. We can return if need be. Secondary office staff.
Yes, secondary office staff. Currently, we have 23 school-based office support staff at our secondary level. These professionals are very often the first level of student and parent interaction. They're responsible for our Welcoming Schools initiative, and they're very often the first voice and the first face that interfaces with our parents as far as responsiveness for information. This reduction would eliminate 1 position at each of our larger secondary schools for a potential savings of $140,000.
So any new building administrator is always given some sound advice, and that's make friends with 3 people: your school secretary, your custodian, and your cafeteria worker. School secretaries are legitimately the unsung heroes of any building. They perform countless tasks behind the scenes, and cuts to these positions may seem like they're easier because they are far removed from the classroom and they're not quantified in terms of the number of people they evaluate or the professional learning that they provide. But an example to a luxury automobile with a state-of-the-art navigation system that helps chart the course, or a sizable engine with strong horsepower, or the security of airbags and anti-lock brakes, comfortable, smooth ride, a pleasing interior, and an expert driver. But we would be negligent if we forgot about the small pieces like a spark plug or an oil filter, and how neglecting those pieces will render the car useless, or worse, do harm and damage. A faulty tire air valve will cause a flat no matter the maintenance that's performed on the engine block and no matter how clean we keep the interior. So of our 5 secondary schools with the 23 office staff, they support 528 teachers, administrators, counselors, social workers, school psychologists, nurses, reading specialists, special educators, and school security personnel. That's a ratio of 1 clerical position to roughly 23 professional staff, and it doesn't account for the paras, the TAs working, and then 5,300 students and families with which they interact on a daily basis. A reduction to these positions will impact arranging for substitutes, filing of school records, answering of phone calls and questions from parents and guardians, scheduling of school events, mailing of communications from schools to home, colleges, and outside community partners, purchases of routine and expendable supplies, scheduling of conferences and parents' meeting, and the list simply goes on. Such a cut would degrade our services to students, to parents, and to our staff.
No, I am, because I'm gonna play you. I mean, I think office staff are crucial. I don't mean to question this. But if you had to do with one fewer spark plug, what would actually go? And I'm not saying I'm going to support this cut, but concretely, I understand all the wonderful things that they do, and I really do. I don't mean that flippantly. But if we were to go to one fewer person, what would concretely not get done? I know that you can't really answer that, but I bet if we doubled our staff, we could do double the amount of wonderful things. So I don't disagree with any of the wonderful things, but are there things that they do that maybe are nice to have but aren't spark plugs, maybe are little seatbelt covers?
I mean, our clerical staff in the school buildings aren't making up fun things to do. They're, and I know you're not saying that. They respond. They're the first line of, communication with our parents who call. And I don't have a log of how many phone calls come into we're talking about our secondary schools, so come into a high school on a daily basis. They're responsible for, really all of that management of student records, mailing things home, organizing pieces. So things that wouldn't get done would simply be a level of service and welcoming to our schools and day-to-day operations. As an assistant principal, I was always the second person to arrive at the building. The first person was one of the school secretaries whose role it was to receive all the phone calls from the automated system as to the teachers that were absent, figure out which classes had been covered by subs and which hadn't, and then spend the next frantic 45 minutes to an hour trying to arrange for that before people had come into work and before those resources were available. Not being able to support that means that there could be a potential, failure for a school to conduct a class at 7:30. There could be, less of a responsiveness to our parent community. There aren't. We'll see this. We'll talk about central office staff as well, and I have lots of specifics on what they do. But it's a lot more than just answering a phone and addressing letters. I mean, the work that's done behind the scenes.
I think it's interesting, Cheryl, because what you said before is true, and this is kind of the, okay, how do we vet these positions? And the pressure on Paul standing here is that anybody that's watching that's in one of these positions is, you spent more time defending that than you did defending me. And I'm like, he spends a lot of time defending everything. But it's hard to quantify a lot of these positions that we're coming to now. The central office, and we're not getting, nobody knows. So you're not getting the same kind of phone call. And so this is the part where it's when jobs are so big, it's hard to quantify exactly what you lose that day. Our largest secondary schools have 1,500 kids in them each. And you've been in the offices of both schools, and kids coming down. Oftentimes, the office staff, Paul talks about being there before him. He forgets I was always there before him, too. Not true. He's freakish. But the real other thing is the office staff, not in their job description, but the amount of discipline work that comes down, because when a kid's sent down or is brought down, they're there with the office staff. And those are kind of those unspoken pieces. So it's one of these that to talk about each of them is really difficult because it's so big and because we're not identifying exactly which one. So is it the records? Is it the sub-planning? Is it attendance? Is it, because these are the kind of areas where we'd have to go to our principals if there were cuts and say, okay, reconfigure. And how do you do it? So it's not as easy to give a direct answer, and it's not evasion, it's more difficult.
I do know that, and I'm not asking because I'm in favor of it. I'm asking because I feel like due diligence requires saying, okay, you're going to defend everything. That's your job. We need to question everything. That's our job. And so I don't dispute any of the things that you're saying. I just, again, how do I say this? If you weren't you and you weren't you, I would be much more skeptical. I really think that, especially given the cuts that you have already made in the budget, I really do trust you that this is necessary. I just feel that because we're not in the schools, we don't know. And that's why I keep coming back to the question I asked last time about the middle school reading. Are they actually busy? I'm not there. It sounds like everybody there is busy. And if they're busy, then we don't need to cut anybody.
And to be clear, moving forward, all of these, this covers everything we're doing with each one of these items. Paul is answering specifically that. What do they do? Okay, now what happens if there are less of them, or if there is none of them? So just to be clear, this is the process. Okay.
And to add on that process too, is it's not defend and it's not, there's not a linear here. This wasn't randomly generated either. This was not just put in haphazardly. They didn't throw darts at a board and look at every one of these positions and say, here, we'll just do it this way. There's some real thought behind here too. And I'm not saying that, again, I don't want to cut it, but you have to look at it as, these same people that we trust and, talk accolades often, that these are the same people that came with, these budgetary decisions. So, it's not, he's not, and I hope, and I don't want you to promote each position. To just give us the information, right? And we digest it and we go on from there. That's the real process.
The other thing I think it's important, to recognize is, because I tell town managers all the time. I mean, we're ranked 130th out of 169 towns. There's not a lot of fat that goes into this budget. And none of these cuts are recommended by the superintendent. So we already have a superintendent's recommended budget. None of these are recommended as the cuts. However, if we're going to the point where we're cutting 120 teachers, which is what the summation of all these cuts are, obviously at that same time, we're going to have to look at cutting some additional support staff to be associated with that. That's not to say that, you can just not cut 120 teachers, and yes, it's okay to cut the support staff. They really sort of go together as a package. And if you're deciding not to cut 110 teachers, you can't say, okay, well, it's all fine, we can just get rid of the 4 secondary support staff. It really sort of goes together as a package. And so it was carefully crafted in that fashion. So as you're thinking about these things, don't think each of these individually. You need to take a look at them in context. And if you're peeling back in some other areas, you need to think about peeling back here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would revisit even the coaching argument in terms of one of our efforts and our realignment with that was to provide directed support to district areas of emphasis.
Can I ask a question about that? I've been thinking about a little bit to your point, and this is again hypothetical, thinking about cuts. Given what you just said, and given the fact that there's an integrated sort of systemic level to all of these pieces, we can't just say we're looking at the cuts individually. But just as you've kind of come to us with a multi-million-dollar possible set of cuts, again, very hypothetically, instead of saying, hypothetically, cut this position, these positions, this number, what if we were to return as a board and say, let's trim this dollar amount and give it back to you, since we've established that we trust you, and say, you who have much more intimate knowledge of the functioning of this, you decide. We feel as a board that we want to cut, if we do decide to cut more on already the deep cuts, to go back and then find how best to allocate this. Because it seems part of the challenge of this process is we don't know, whereas as Cheryl said, we're just learning. So it's a bit absurd for us in some ways, even though we have to make these hard decisions to. In some cases, we know better than others. Clearly, some of us have been here longer, others haven't been here. Anyway, as a hypothetical strategy, basically a more consistent one with what you've given to us, in some ways, we think about, a version of a cut and kind of go back to you to decide what then to cut.
Could I just disagree slightly? It seems to me, and maybe you have a different answer from me, but it seems to me that we did ask you to do that, and you did make $2 million cuts. You said, well, obviously I'd like to keep everything, but if you ask me, this is where I would cut. And it seems, if I understood it correctly, this is a list of things that we asked for, saying if we had to cut more, where are our options? My sense is, and again, you could speak for yourself better than me, but my resistance to saying, well, you need to cut X dollars more, is that it seems to me you guys already said this is as far as we can go without, in our belief, compromising the system. So it seems to me at that point, if the system has to be compromised, it can't be on you guys. We have to decide where that's going to be. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding the situation, but it would make me uncomfortable to throw it back to you, because your job isn't to do things beyond where you think it's appropriate for the schools to be.
Right, we do very few things as a board, and one of them is a budget. This is our responsibility wholeheartedly, 100%. It is not their responsibility. It falls on us.
No, but I take nothing away from all of that. I want to reinforce Chip's comment, though, that the package that you're looking at, specific to numbers of people and such, was designed with an end goal in mind based on a theoretical number of some ungodly millions of dollars. So, it's not to say that that any one number on here is right relative to a different end result that you're trying to achieve. So, not saying that I want you to throw it back to Tom, because I know he would kill me for recommending such a thing. But as you deliberate, if there are questions that we can answer to provide, how do we still sustain something that's related to the board goals, I think is important.
It's an interesting philosophical question that I need to think about a little bit. One thing that I'd remind you, there's some things we can't do piecemeal. You can't kind of do kindergarten, although we had a kind of proposal. There are parts where we offered a reduction to try to get to, at one point, $14.5 million. We only got to a little over $9 million. So it was really looking at a large picture. So these are bigger numbers. I do think it would be fair to ask, if there were some areas you were wondering about, okay, what if it were this? What would that look like? That, I think, certainly then we're in, okay, instead of cutting 140,000, what if you cut 30,000? How would that? So it's kind of a combination of both of what you're saying that I think is fair to look at. And, and I maintain also what was also said is that it is true, and it's what I've been saying at the schools as I've spoken to all of the principals, is that this is my recommended budget. You're right, and it's what I can put my head on the pillow knowing that I'm comfortable with going forward. There's things I worry about in my recommended budget. We have a huge supplies cut, and while people think about the schools and the money at the schools, I got to be honest. What I stick with is IT, technology, textbooks, training. I mean, we're falling behind there. At some point, we're going to have to catch up. There's no question with that. And one of the things that I think is fair to say that would happen is I think we're looking at a time that over the next few years, no matter what happens with this budget, as we get retirements, we're not going to fill them in the same way we have in the past. I mean, I think that's something that we need to look at. Every time we get a savings, what are we going to do with that savings? Is really think about how does this work? I mean, Gretchen's been doing that all year in special education with, okay, this is how it was done. How are we going to do it now? How are we going to make that shift now? So that is something that I think I want you to know over the next couple of years. we're going to be doing. And part of that is just, good management. What can we do to, and it's not that we haven't done that in the past, but we'll be continuing to. In some areas, we'll have more retirement than others. So.
Moving on.
All right, again, under the understanding that we would be doing less with less, the next proposal would be to eliminate one para from each of our buildings. This would impact building operations and support. There would be a potential savings of $480,000 by removing one from each of our 16 buildings.
So you had the opportunity to hear our co-president of our para-educator union speak earlier. And para-educators play a varied and significant role within our buildings. There are 4 broad classifications of para-educators, which serve to describe their duties and their overall functions. So there are instructional paras, special education paras, extraordinary needs paras, and ABAs, or applied behavior analysis trained paras. So I'll describe in reverse order. Our ABAs are para-educators who have received some additional training in behavioral strategies to support students living with autisms and others who may routinely or periodically need this type of support and intervention to help regulate their emotions or their moods. Our extraordinary needs paras are assigned generally in a one-on-one support setting to support students with significant physical or cognitive need. Decisions regarding that type of assignment are made at a planning and placement team in accordance with special education. Our special education paras support classroom teachers, and they may be prevalent in situations where a classroom has either a high number of students with specialized need or a caseload with high impact. They're generally placed in classes based on factors relating to special education, but they operate to support all students in the classroom. And then finally, our instructional paras. Our instructional paras generally serve or have served in our kindergarten classrooms or possibly in grade level classrooms where the enrollments were just at or near the section break cutoffs. They serve to help in these settings to support smaller group instruction. They can support the teacher with differentiation and Tier 1 intervention, and they provide general assistance in terms of managing and monitoring of student understanding. Roughly 2/3 to 3/4 of our paraeducators serve in some capacity related to special education, with the greatest number of paras obviously surfacing at our program schools. So a cut to this area, one across each school, is generally going to hit the support that we're able to provide to the general classroom teacher under the classification of what we would call an instructional para. So as we look into tighten adherence to our existing classroom guidelines, a cut to instructional para would impact those places where we've tried to position them strategically.
Yeah, we couldn't cut in special education. I mean, so this is really one of the building or instructional paras. We can't get more specific because it would be irresponsible for us to say to the principal, that's the one in your buildings. They know the buildings the best. So that's what we're looking at.
I'm just curious, though, if there is more need in particular schools, why is it one per building?
Because every building, you could probably answer it better, Chip.
The number of regular ed paras is what we're talking about. So there's 77, and they're split not quite one per not quite 5 per building, but there are a lot more in the elementary schools for the kindergarten paras and the library paras and the instructional paras, and they're less at the high schools. So it's approximately. We wouldn't necessarily do exactly one per building. I mean, this would be a 16 paraprofessional cut that we'd spread out appropriately.
You would spread out as needed?
As needed,
Okay,
correct.
okay.
But yeah, it's a big, it's still, well, these are big cuts. I mean, they're all big cuts in here.
Can I just say that like kindergarten, full-day kindergarten, and like learn education specialists, this is one thing that it seems to me is a non-negotiable issue. We can't do that. I mean, we simply can't. We can't legally, first of all, cut most of them, right? Because these are our kids with specific needs that we have to meet. And the paras that are instructional are there in classrooms where it's large enough that they need instructional help. And particularly in classrooms where it's large, or there's a particular group that has some kind of specific need to be broken out or something. I mean, it seems to me that this, again, is the core of what we do. Again, you guys could disagree with me, but I don't even understand how we could even be considering this one.
We're looking at it across the board. I appreciate you saying that, because when you think about, remember we were over budget this year? That's from 22 of TAs and paras that we had no choice. Exactly. That we're adding is, I mean, I understand the question.
Any more questions about pairs? No? Eliminate regular ed summer programs?
Our final item on the page here, just for supervisory. All right. I don't want to get your hopes up, just for supervisory on this page. The district provides a free regular education summer program for our ESOL students and for students at Smith and for Charter Oak, and we have for a number of years. This reduction would eliminate those programs and the transportation and et cetera costs that go with it.
Okay, so these programs have a 9-year history, so they would be moving into their 10th year otherwise. The Summer Connections for Smith and Charter Oak families, the district-based ESOL summer programs are 4-week summer school intervention programs designed to minimize the loss of literacy and other academic skills and English language proficiency specifically for the ESOL program that could occur during the summer. Summer slide is a common term that's used to reference the learning loss that students experience over the 10-week period from the end of one grade to the start of the next. Our Summer Connections and ESOL programs specifically target higher risk populations who may not otherwise benefit from enrichment programs or opportunities that their peers enjoy over the summers. Our ESOL students often have less exposure to written and spoken English in general, and so certainly during the summer months, depending on their own family's level of English proficiency. These summer programs provide students with ongoing instruction in reading comprehension, writing, numeracy skills. And within the ESOL program, they also seek to advance social skills that are crucial to academic success. Summer Connections at Smith and Charter Oak is planning for its 10th year. It anticipates supporting between 110 and 120 students. The program, in terms of its physical location, alternates between Smith and Charter Oak. There's no fee to participate, as Andy said. Transportation is provided to students who live further than 1 mile, and students receive a free daily nutritious snack that's provided through a grant procured by our nutrition services. Summer ESOL program plans for slightly more, between 130 and 150 English learners, servicing kids who'd be rising into grades 1 through 8 in the subsequent year. The program is housed at an elementary school, and students are divided into small grade level classes based on their English language proficiency levels, beginner, intermediates, or advanced. The continued support for this program ensures that students maintain and enhance their literacy and their mathematics along with their proficiency. Likewise, the transportation and the snack are the same, and at both programs, parents and guardians, as well as the classroom teacher for the upcoming year, and with ESOL, the upcoming ESOL teacher receive a copy of the student's progress report, which details their language and arts math progress as well as personal and social development that was achieved during the 4 weeks of the program.
Paul, so without this program, when they arrive in September, they'll be further behind. Is that accurate?
That's the general consensus of it, that it's intended to minimize any summer loss, and so the genuine potential for achieving that.
And Paul, you mentioned the daily nutritious snack. Is there also the opportunity for lunch? Is that purchased?
The program generally runs from about 8:15 or 8:30 until 11:15, 11:45, so the kids usually go home with lunch, for lunch.
This is one along like what Cheryl was saying for the last one, just based on the population that's being served here. It seems like a great bargain the way it is. I got to tell you, it's an important mission.
Can I just follow up on that, though? I completely agree with you, but is there a reason that I'm not quite understanding that this is a program for Charter Oak and Smith? I'm bracketing the ESOL question because I, of course, did. But for all Smith and Charter Oak students, which is maybe a magnet argument, versus kids who are at risk for other reasons, no matter what school they're from. I mean, again, I'm not against
no, I
keeping
understand.
the program. I'm just asking, can we?
I think the
open it
inception
up?
of the program, and that would go back 10 years, was based on the magnet theme, and also obviously, as title schools, the high impact. But you're correct that it's not a service that we currently offer to either the entire district or to our other title schools. So it's sort of a selling point for Smith and Charter Oak as our magnets. And I believe that was the design framework 10 years ago when it was first started.
I mean, I guess I'm not at all second guessing the programs. I agree with you that they're crucial, but I'm just wondering if moving forward, while I'm totally in support of magnet distinction and all that, that whether this might not be a program that actually would be even better were it to serve a particular population of at-risk kids rather than as a magnet program per se. I don't know how you do that, but again, I'm not against the program at all. I'm just asking.
You just have to expand it. You'd have to make it bigger. That's the issue.
I mean, it almost seems now I'm going in the wrong direction, but that would be spending more money open to the other Title I schools, have it at Charter Oak. There's plenty of room. Seems like something we might look at in the future.
Turning the page.
Excuse me, before we turn the page,
So somebody's birthday?
it's
Oh,
brownies. I couldn't
stimulants.
stand it. I knew we were going to have another long evening, so I'm
Oh,
just
good.
going to pass it. Little chocolate break. Please help yourselves as well. I was just going to make some noise, so.
All right, now the party starts. All right, turning the page to pupil services. We are on pages, if you're following along, page E1 to E36. And again, we will start with the first item, which is a reduction in the program resource staff. The special education resource teachers are those that offer the direct, mandated, and collaborative instruction to students. They offer consultation with classroom teachers and diagnostic services and testing to students. This reduction proposed would eliminate 2.0 positions across the district, allowing for a potential savings of $135,000. And again, the caseloads, as Gretchen will outline, the caseloads would then be distributed to other teachers and the caseloads would increase.
All right. So, special ed resource teachers, we've basically broken out special ed services into 3 areas, and that is intensive behavioral support, intensive academic support, and resource. And so resource are for those students who have, excuse me while I pass the brownies.
I'm going to give you a brownie.
Thank
We're going
you.
to take one
No,
when we're done later.
Okay, thank you.
You're going to do a good job, so you get a brownie.
Thank you. All right. So resource teachers provide support for students with IEPs, and they support the school-based team with referrals and specialized instruction as a related service to non-mandated students. In each school, special education teachers meet the needs of those students who qualify for special instruction as outlined by IDEA. These services are legally mandated by their IEP, and they can include individualized specialized instruction, assessment, progress monitoring for students with disabilities who have a wide range of impact on their ability to access the curriculum. Resource teachers are responsible for providing services outlined in the IEP, but they also report on progress, conduct evaluations for initial eligibility and for re-eligibility every 3 years. They attend PPTs, they co-teach with regular education teachers, and they provide ongoing parent communication and outreach. In addition, resource teachers provide non-mandated services to students in the tiered support system and for those who qualify for 504 plans. So we currently have 48.2 teachers who are providing services across the district for 773 students, and that's a ratio of 1 teacher to every 16 students. They range in their impact and the number of students on their caseload by level, elementary, middle, and high school. So what you really have to look at is the number of IEP hours that each teacher is responsible for. So at the elementary level, most teachers, on average, support students with about 60 hours of direct service and small group instruction throughout the week. At the middle school level, it's 88.5 hours, and at the high school, it's 196 hours a week because the class sizes and the groupings get larger, so they're able to provide more services. And so right now, if we eliminated 2 resource positions, and we're looking at a projected slight increase in students next year of 784, which is the addition of 11 students just in the resource program, it would increase the number of hours that teachers would be providing to students pretty significantly. And of course, I don't have 2 teachers to spread across the whole district, so it would be coming from particular programs. And so one example would be at one of the middle schools, a teacher's caseload would increase from 85.3 hours of direct service to 97.45. So plus all of the other case management responsibilities that come with their students.
The one thing I'd add to this, just management-wise, is we talked about everything, is that, so we met with all the principals and all of these cuts. You know, part of the truth of having to come up with this is we also had to go everywhere. And as opposed as the principals were to almost everything, this was the one that was, you can't do that. Even though it was just 2 people, it was the one, we can't have more cuts. Not more cuts because we haven't cut, but it's just to take from this area at this point in time is not something that they were sanguine about, I would say.
I think one of the distinctions also that, as opposed to the previous groups we've talked about and the previous cuts where we talked about doing less with less, here we're really having to do the same amount with less in pupil services because of the mandation.
Because they're mandated.
And so it's a consideration that, you know, workloads increase and student contact increases for teachers here.
And our numbers are increasing, you know, while our overall student population is decreasing.
And also, I'd like to add, I'm also hearing that the severity and the impact of some of the students is increasing as well. So not just the numbers, but the need, it sounds, is greater.
The need is greater, the time, but the complexity is also greater. And so it takes a level of expertise and preparation to do what they do well.
I say this with a little bit of embarrassment, but just today, my younger daughter got into college.
Congratulations.
I say that because, as you guys know, and other people in the room and the audience know, she could not ever have gotten there without those people. And all the support staff that goes along with this, the counselors when we get to that, et cetera, et cetera. And so I just want to say that it's not just that these people are fulfilling a job. It's not just that people who have ambulatory problems need to be moved around. These people make real changes in lives, and we never dreamed that this could happen, and this happened largely because of the support of these sorts of folks. And I just want to say personally, I would never, ever deny another child the kinds of opportunities that my child had because of these services. I'm just saying, you guys are going to have to knock me over before I do that. It's just inconceivable to me that we would ever cut support for the kids who are absolutely the neediest in this sense. So that's all I have to say.
The next proposal, again, is looking at the Early Learning Center, which services our preschool student, which is really the key to our early intervention model, and for many parents and students, their first exposure, not only with West Hartford, but also with education. This reduction would eliminate one position in the program for potential savings of $65,000.
Similarly to talking about resource teachers, the ELC teachers also provide just a wide variety of services for students who are exceptionally vulnerable as they're coming to us, not only with disabilities, they're very young. And so the ELC program provides opportunities for students without and with special needs to learn and grow together. 3- and 4-year-old students with special education needs are referred to the ELC from several sources: parents, community-based preschools, the State of Connecticut Birth to 3 program, teachers, public and private agencies, and pediatricians. Students in the ELC present with speech and language, developmental, social behavioral, and academic delays. While in the ELCs, and we have 2, one at Aiken and one at Whiting Lane, students receive instruction in kindergarten readiness skills in a standards-based program with individualized instruction. To address these needs, the ELC provides speech and language therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, social skill education, behavioral consultation, psychological and counseling service, and applied behavioral analysis. Students attend the programs either as a half-day, a full day, or itinerant services where they would just come to the school for one session. It all depends on what they need. And the Learning Center staff is responsible for not only meeting their needs when they're here in the district, but they're also responsible for the evaluative and consultative services that they provide to all the private community-based preschools that are attended by West Hartford students. And there is a particular initiative from the state that's making provisions for families who have their kids in private preschools to have them stay there and get their services there. So our teachers are going to them because it's the best place for their learning. So we currently have 92 students in the program, which may even be old and misinformation because I asked for it yesterday. Okay. With 9.5 teachers, they currently hold 9 classes in the morning, 8 classes in the afternoon, and there's 1 teacher that's dedicated to the community-based work. They have on average about 100 referrals a year, and that 1 teacher is the team leader for all that evaluation that happens out in the community. And so if we project out a similar number for next year, 92 students with 8.5 teachers, we would be able to maintain our classes in the morning, but we would see a reduction in classes in the afternoon, which would make larger class sizes, and we would probably need to reduce that community-based teacher to a 0.5 to still manage the 100 referrals. So there would be a significant impact with that reduction.
And if we got unexpected move-ins, there'd be no cut because
we need it.
We're mandated.
I can just say, I had a son who attended that early learning center, and I remember it so well. And I also had one who was a typical student in the program, so I got to see it from two perspectives. And I'll have to say that program is so important in identifying and getting the students the services that they need really early. And then they're able to move on sometimes and make a much smoother transition. It's such a valuable touch point, but it's also really important for all of these different areas to be assessed and addressed. Oftentimes, they go into the schools, as you're saying, and the parents and the people at the schools don't really know what to do, and there's someone there to give them that information, and then to bring them in to offer services. And over time, they may not need as much later if they're addressed early. We know early intervention is key, and I think it would be a huge mistake for the savings on this particular one. I feel strongly about that.
All right.
A concern, and that is just as the one previous with the reduction, what does that do to the teachers? Because it seems to me that now those teachers are going to become overburdened with the increased responsibility. And just like the students would suffer, I think sometimes we forget, although the cuts are important, but those teachers are going to suffer as well. And then on the other side, in terms of the medical burden, that will also increase in terms of your healthcare costs. So that's a concern of mine, and I wouldn't cut either.
Thank you.
All set? All right. The next piece is looking at our summer school program. Currently, we run a special education summer school that runs for 30 days, 6 weeks at 5 days per week. Our total cost for this program is in excess of $1 million between staffing and transportation and such. This reduction would limit our summer school to 4 days a week for 5 weeks for a total of 20 days, which is in line with neighboring programs.
So in 2004, the reauthorization of IDEA saw enhanced ESY language, extended school year language, and it requires that each public agency ensure that extended school year services are available as necessary to provide FAPE, a free and appropriate public education. And so the PPT needs to consider whether or not a student's skills will regress significantly to the point where they can't make up for that time over the summer, but also some non-regression criteria for eligibility, which really involves students that are highly impacted and need a full year program to make more than minimum growth. Right? So we're looking at our most impacted and most vulnerable students. And one of the things that I did when we started investigating here was I did a little survey of all the surrounding towns in our DERG and outside of our DERG. I looked at 9 different districts and asked them, how often are students coming? How many weeks do you have? And on average, they're providing 22 days during the ESY period. Most have 5 weeks, 4 days, the majority. Some have differentiated a program, so their most impacted students will go 6 weeks, their least impacted students will go 4 weeks, so they differentiate. And so our current programming is 6 weeks of ESY, 5 days a week, for 3 or 4 hours, depending on your age. Last year, we provided ESY programming for 290 students. So I'm anticipating the same number of students will qualify, give or take. And with this cut, we are projected to go down to 5 weeks, 4 days. We will still meet the minimal requirements of the law under IDEA, but we will be cutting back on services for our most vulnerable population.
We get the question a lot, what are you doing extra in special education? What are we doing extra? This certainly isn't driving our special education costs. This is an example of something that we do more than a comparative place, and that's just, it's not good, that is what this is.
May I just ask, you mentioned that some places differentiated.
Mm-hmm.
If we differentiated, would that be a cost savings?
Cost savings.
It wouldn't be because of the transportation issue.
Yeah, we'd still have transportation, you'd still have certain facilities, we run it at 3 different facilities, so there would still be a core cost that you really wouldn't save a lot on.
The reason that I ask is that it seems, I would argue that if the highest impact kids need it, that we should do what we're doing. And I was thinking maybe if some kids needed less, that would be a savings. But if what you're saying is that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think the teachers are there anyway, so, I'd have to talk to, why are you doing it that way? What kind of savings are you generating? But it's kind of, that student may not be additive by only being there 4 weeks instead of the 6 weeks, because as in most things, the costs are in the people. And if the people are required to be there, then
The teachers, the nurse, everyone.
So in other words, if you support it for any of the kids, which I think I do, you just support it for everybody. Thank you.
You're welcome. You good?
All set?
All right.
The next piece, we've talked a little bit about, the reduction would be proposed to eliminate 2 counselors at the middle school and 2 counselors at the high school. And again, as Gretchen will outline, this is a situation where caseload will increase. The projection cost would be $260,000.
So as we've talked about before, and I think that you do a great job, Paul, in outlining these. School counselors provide skills and experiences that promote student academic, social, emotional, and college and career development. These skills and experiences are provided through both direct and indirect services and define the nature and role of the school counselor. So examples of direct service: individual counseling, group counseling, implementing and teaching the school counseling curriculum, transition programming. Indirect service, the things that you really can't quantify, are the interactions that a counselor has with the others on behalf of students. And examples of this are advocacy to ensure equitable access to opportunities for all students, consultation with parents, school-based personnel, and community agencies, collaboration within and outside the school community, program coordination and management, leadership initiatives to enhance student learning and to promote healthy development. Our school counselors at both levels, the middle school and the high school, have become increasingly integral in our support of at-risk students as well. They are the school staff members who are most likely to first learn of a student's increased need stemming from a crisis or trauma-based situation and for emerging mental health issues. As we've seen increases in incidents of at-risk behavior, suicidal ideation, and school avoidance in response to stressors, events, and mental illness, school counselors are often the trusted person to whom our students first go. So in addition to their role in proactively circumventing at-risk behaviors as the first responder status in reaction to these at-risk behaviors, school counselors have taken on the increased caseload of students with 504 plans. These proactive and reactive roles are in addition to the traditional roles that I just spoke of. Thus, their workload is very difficult to often quantify and measure. So currently at the middle school, we have 2,234 students across all three programs. With current staffing, that's a caseload ratio on average of 245.5 students per counselor. If we were to cut 2 counselors at the middle school, this would increase their caseload to about 300. 504s right now, on average, the school counselors have 14, although some have higher numbers than that. It would increase the average to 17, and that's with the numbers right now. As we see, 504 numbers are increasing, so I would anticipate that that number also increase. Department supervisor in this particular role, as I mentioned before, has taken on the leadership role in training and troubleshooting the technical issues with 504 and our online management program, as well as moving the department forward with appropriate policies and procedures. So that's an important piece that I don't want to miss in the middle school. At the high school, we currently have 2,991 students across the 2 major high schools. With our current staffing of 16.4 counselors, it's an average of about 185 students per counselor. And that's not exact because we have the 9th grade program, so some of those numbers are higher. With projected staffing, that average would increase to 208 per counselor, and their 504 case management would also significantly increase.
I want to piggyback. I don't even have 208 friends on Facebook, so nor friends. So for me,
to know each family and each
it's a simple math equation to be able to know each child, to know each family, and provide the services that we hope and expect and that we know that each of our families deserves. It's just a really hard question.
And as Paul mentioned, we recently were able to sit with the school counseling staff to go through their curriculum review. And one of the stories that Tor told us was, he often surveys parents and asks them, what more could we be doing for you? It's part of our ongoing, continuous improvement. And families will say to him, I just want the counselor to know my child.
Quick question. I'm sorry, Gretchen. How many counselors are at the middle school?
At the middle school, 9.1 currently.
And they have how many students?
we have 2,234, so that's an average caseload of 245, 250.
Well, again, I couldn't support this cut on two different levels, the middle school and the high school. My daughters, all three went through Sedgwick and Conard, and I'm not just speaking for my children. There's a number of children in this district, along with parents, the counselor is such a critical piece of the team in place in terms of academics, and as you stated, just in terms of confidence. If students feel like they can't go to anybody else, they go to the counselor, whether it's to advocate for themselves with a particular subject matter and a teacher. That's who they go to and help them to make their case, whether it's a grade where they felt that they received unfairly, or if it's college planning, what do they do? How do they go about doing it? That counselor is critical. And again, I think this would be such a burden being placed on that individual that eventually we would see it in a medical claim. So again, I can't support this proposed cut.
I'm probably going to be thrown out of both parties now, but when my first daughter went through, I thought, oh, the counselors, I've heard of them. I didn't really see much. And then when my second daughter came through, and I realized the reason my older daughter didn't see much is that they were so busy dealing with all the many problems and interventions that they had to do with the children who had struggles. And so I want to add counselors. I'll stop. But I'm really serious. I think in a school system with this many needs, why are high school counselors even serving 185 students? I mean, that's like, you should pardon the expression, urban numbers. I mean, they're not in some horrible big city high school. 185 students per counselor seems to me to be absurd. And 245 in the middle school. Again, I know that there's no stomach for adding anything, but in particular, this seems completely overburdened as it is. So, I guess.
We don't have the exact numbers, but both are actually below the national ratio currently. We would agree with you.
Yeah, we don't disagree
We
with
don't
you.
disagree, but just so
what
you
you're
have
saying in
context for it.
actuality,
Yeah.
you're right. When you contextualize it, when you're talking West Coast California, you're talking about 800 to 1. I mean, it's a national crisis.
The high,
what
the high
people are
school
doing.
I was at in Arizona, where we had 2,400 students and we had 6 counselors. So, I mean, you're talking apples and oranges across the nation.
So, one thing that
Less.
yeah, one thing that I will say about this, and I'm glad you said this, Cheryl, and not to sound defensive, but often when we have public comment and in emails, we'll see, I see you talking about Quest and investing in Quest, but you're not investing in the voiceless. And I see you investing in AP. I would say one thing. We don't spend any more money on those in the past 10 years. They've stayed steady. This board especially, spending on those students with needs, there is nothing to apologize for in that, knowing we always want to do more. We have added school psychologists. We have added reading teachers. We have added early interventionists. We have added counselors. We've added counseling support. And supervisors. So that is an area that I think is a misnomer that sometimes the community thinks, because this board has paid distinct attention to those students that other people may not be paying attention to.
Yeah, we had this important conversation when we added the supervisor, and we got those numbers, and we were equally appalled, and therefore, to this point.
Next year.
Just curious, and I'm not in favor of cutting this, just as for edification, what's the touch point, though? So out of those 100-something students, there's a large number. How many students are actually seeing the counselor at a of a child that didn't see for 3 years through middle school? So,
Not that they report it.
Well,
What-
maybe not
no.
individually.
Not, but in group.
But the
Right.
middle school counselors are
but
in the classrooms
what's the touch
teaching
point
the
on the
curriculum.
individual? So if you have, what were the numbers again? For,
In the middle school, about 250.
so 250, how many times is that counselor touched, with a lot of activity per student?
It's kind of hard to measure because it's distinct based on need. One of the first things the counselors will do at the middle school level is they'll do interest surveys with the students to decide, which of the students would benefit from a divorce group or support as far as bereavement or struggling with this or with that. And we'll then go ahead and work out lunch groups. We'll work out times that they can pull 5 or 6 students together in a small group, and oftentimes also be the first line when a parent calls and says, can someone please talk to my child? This is going on at home and we're not quite sure how they're dealing with it. The counselors are the ones who really will drop everything and on work with the administrators to make sure that those kids are supported. So it's hard to, no, it's,
I
I'm
get
saying
what
it's
they
hard,
do.
it's hard to measure
It's just that.
exact numbers
But
on
there's a
that.
percentage, right? So,
if I may-
35%.
So those are the reactive services, and in terms of the touch point, I would go back to and being able to establish the relationship with all the kids. It's like, what do we want? Because as we cut, we silo our ability to provide services to only a reactive service versus the proactive and the student services. At the middle school level, for an example, I'm aware that with the introduction of student success planning, there was a huge effort over the last several years for our counselors primarily to help support the development of individualized transition plans and career pathway plans for graduating 8th graders. And every 8th grade student created something in an e-portfolio format. And I think this goes back a couple of years. I think we had a board presentation of that. But that would be an example of something that is probably being more often than not directed through a classroom instruction piece, so a counselor in a 1-on-20, 1-on-25 setting, and then the students following up with the independent work. Now, because the counselors don't own a class, I don't know if kids come home and say, hey, I met with Mr. or Ms. So-and-so today, because it probably happened through their English class or through their social studies class.
Yeah, right, I understand that, because, if you have a counselor who's one-on-one is reactive, I think you have to call the parent, so you would know it. When I say that, I don't want to cut this program, but, when you look at the numbers and it says 200 and some, there's a percentage there that they're reactive, and it's not as, I don't want to cut this, but it's not, the sky's falling, so.
I know in elementary schools, they have social workers, right, that largely you would call for this. In middle and high schools, are there also social workers in addition to the counselors, and how are their roles different from each other?
So there's a clinical team at the high school in addition to the school counselors, and often their roles are separate, but they are merging, and so the connection between the school counseling department and the clinical department is getting stronger all the time. And so oftentimes a student will go to a school counselor first, and then the school counselor will make that connection with a clinician. And so we're looking to establish more formal ways of measuring that and looking at that and directing that, but they are interconnected in that they're working together as part of a team in order to support the students.
Thank you.
All right, number 5 here is looking at a reduction from the 21.9 nurses that we currently have working in and supporting students in our 17 buildings. This would reduce that number by 1 for a savings of $45,000.
So national data shows that schools that have a nurse decrease in the number of student absences due to illness. The nurse follows up with parents, they treat students, they develop a plan of care that allows a student to be in school, and they have underlying health issues that are safely managed at school. And so in West Hartford in particular, there are 660 students with food allergies. This district has a food allergy management plan that defines the responsibilities of the parent, the student, the teacher, the custodian, the administrator, food service, and so the nurses oversee the management of that plan. In addition, there are 27 students with diabetes, and so depending on the age of the student, diabetes can have a major impact on a student's ability to manage their own health care, and the nurses take responsibility for teaching students how to care for their and manage their own diabetes, as well as they're there to provide interaction with students and medical care if necessary. There are 117 students in the district with seizure disorders that are managed safely at school under the direction of the school nurse. The plan could include the use of daily medication, use of emergency medication, tracking of seizure activity to help a student's medical team determine the effectiveness of prescribed medications. There are also 1,662 students with asthma of various severities. Asthma education on an individual basis is always part of a student's plan of care. Nationally, in schools without a nurse, the incidence and absence due to asthma or 911 calls for severe asthma attacks severely increase. West Hartford nurses are proactive, ensuring that they have the medication for students with asthma, will facilitate coordination with the PCP and the school to get appropriate orders, will advise parents of medication statutes and policies, will identify triggers so that they can help a student manage their asthma. Over the years, they've also had a number of students with artificial airways, tube feedings, and other medical devices that require specialized knowledge to ensure a student's health and safety. So, currently, we have 21.9 nurses. There is currently one nurse at each elementary school with a nurse supervisor, also providing nursing and supervision at Whiting Lane in the ELC. There's a 1.9 nurse and a 1.5 nurse at King Philip and Sedgwick and a 1.0 at Bristow. There are 2 nurses at each high school and 0.5 at the post-secondary program. So under current standards, at the elementary school, we have 1 per school, and so we are in compliance. In the middle school in Bristow, we have 1 nurse to every 420 students. At King Philip, 1 nurse to 503 students. And at Sedgwick, 1 nurse to 570. At the high school and at Conard and Hall, we have 1 nurse to about 739 or 732 students. That is what is minimally acceptable in a medication-based or emergency service delivery. The ideal under nursing standards is 1 in 550, and that allows nurses to provide emergency care, programming, 504 PPT attendance, and monitoring attendance due to illness. And so if we go down to 1 nurse, that would keep us in compliance at the elementary school and the middle school, but we would be out of compliance at the high school if that's where the reduction was.
Just curious, why 45,000? It seems like that almost should be a triple-digit savings, 1 nurse with the salary, current standard salaries. They could come out of college making more than this. No? Plus benefits and stuff, too?
School nurses, no.
Huh.
In
Is this
addition-
considered a part-time job for them?
No.
In addition, we have 1 permanent sub-nurse who travels to all the different schools, so if a nurse is out, we don't have to go through an agency. So a reduction in that particular position would end up costing us more because the contracted rate of a nurse sub is higher, and there are often times we can't get someone last minute through the agency.
Quick question. These nurses are all RNs with at least a BSN?
I believe so.
Or are they LPNs? I don't think,
I think we
can get
I'd
back
have to
to you on
check.
that.
too.
I will have to get back to you and
Don't
confirm.
believe the requirement is on our end.
So I was a little confused about the compliance issue. So if we eliminate one out of any of those areas, middle, high school, elementary school, we would be out of compliance?
No, we wouldn't be out of compliance at the elementary and the middle school, but if we went down to a 1.5, there are a few hours in the day that we would not be in compliance. There's also about 2 hours in the day at Hall High School where one of the nurses is managing medical necessary feeding, and so it takes her out of the general care loop as well. So we wouldn't have coverage.
So what's the legal ramification? I mean, morally, you can't be out of compliance, but what happens legally if you're out of compliance? I mean, in other words, can we even legally make this cut?
You're legally
You're liable if something goes wrong.
So legally, we
Right.
can't really make this
I
cut.
really wouldn't.
Not recommended.
Here's one of those word due diligence. Why is it on here then?
I think looking at the permanent sub was one option,
Yeah.
but upon further investigation, it, would lead to more
Potentially
increased
higher
costs.
cost if we were to have to.
Yeah, much like when we talked about the ESL, when we
Mm-hmm.
first went through it, and then went through all the regulations and actually benchmarked what we have for his regulations, we've learned some things as we've gone through this too. So, this would be a difficult one to maintain.
Also a difficult one. The Bridge contract, as you know, the Bridge Family Service here in West Hartford provides counseling and services support, mentoring groups, crisis intervention, substance abuse support at our high schools and our middle school. In our contract with them, this would eliminate this contract, and those services would have to then be picked up by the schools for $54,000.
So last year, in the school year 15-16, our contract with the Bridge provided for individual counseling, group counseling, training of teachers and other professionals, mentoring, and crisis intervention. They provided about 1,045 hours of direct service and then 539 hours of training and mentoring. These contact hours would have to be picked up by our clinical team. We also received some additional information that if the Bridge were to charge someone else for these fees, last year services, they would have charged us $116,528, but instead we got a bill for $40,000, and their general fund made up that gap. And so this year, they have already started providing, the amount of hours that they've provided at the middle school was 41 hours of individual work. At the high school, 57 hours of individual work, 25 hours of group. At the elementary level, 105 hours of group, 43 hours of evaluation, 279 hours of mentoring, 2 hours of crisis management, and 76 hours of faculty workshops. So the contract this year is $54,000.
This is another example of things that, like a lot of things, which I'm thankful that we're able to have this discussion that we've reviewed in the past in detail, including looking at possible other providers, and given the scale of Bridge, that Bridge offers, it's kind of it's like a seed, it's a seed multiplier that we get a lot more than what we pay.
Yeah, as you said, this is not one of those where the need goes away if the services do.
Well, and if the school were to pick it up, it would cost us it's not like,
We
this
would
is
have-
just a moving around of numbers.
It would be. Yeah, it's not that our clinical teams can do more with what they have.
The only thing I'd say is, going back to the day after the governor's budget proposal, the truth is, no, we wouldn't. We wouldn't have some of those groups. We wouldn't have some of the interventions for those kids. We wouldn't have some of the counseling that we do. So I agree with you that we would need to morally, but if we were at the point where we were cutting $10 million, just like the last question with the nurse, why is that on there? Because it's impossible to get to that number. And that's really what we'd be looking at here.
All right, we're on our last page. General support services reduction. Page, if you're following along in the book, F1 to F35. The first piece here is looking at the central office support staff. As we've talked in the past, if we were talking about reducing the number of teachers as a package and such, we also looked at that there's 27 support staff people positions at central office, and this reduction would eliminate 5, or roughly 19% of them, for a savings of $175,000. As Chip will explain, this is one of those cases where we would simply be doing a lot less with less.
I actually have some.
Can you explain the logic of 5 and not 3 or 6?
Well, we just sort of took a look around the offices. We've got sort of 5 major offices, and we'd cut one from each of the 5 major offices.
So I wanted to give you a sense of that because I knew, like you asked with the school-based secretarial positions, what do these mean? And as Chip just said, there are 5 big offices, and if you reduce the support at 1. Now, each office serves a very specific function, and there's a multitude of responsibilities, but I wanted to just paint the picture that it goes beyond answering the phone and sort of setting a calendar. So I'll give the example of my office, but this could easily be any office in the district. I have a staff of 5 persons, 4 of which are secretary clerical and 1 of which is a clerical para. And those individuals manage and process budget requests for district-wide instructional supplies, textbooks, resources, and subscriptions, process payments for contracted services ranging from copiers to consultants, field trips and standardized assessments, coordinate specialized training and contracted services to include our new 504 IEP platform, the district website, and other specialized services, review, revision, and publication distribution of parent handbooks for their elementary, for our ESOL, for our kindergarten transition forms, coordination and processing of payment for translation services for both print materials and face-to-face meetings, ongoing state reporting regarding requirements for ESL to include the identification, language proficiency, and performance assessments, coordination and application and scheduling of our ESOL summer program and our Charter Oak and Smith Connections program, receiving and the processing of all state assessment accommodations for students with disabilities and English language learners across all of grades 3 through 11 and the 16 schools, troubleshooting and technical support for the schools with all those state assessments to include the SAT, the Smarter Balanced, and the Lost Links proficiency scales, processing timesheets for all school-based tutors, summer curriculum writing, homework center supervisors, grant writing, team mentor portfolio scoring, coordination and logistics for the 5-year curriculum review process supporting 6 separate content areas or programs annually, processing of reimbursement claims for activities for both West Hartford schools and the private schools in West Hartford in accordance with the federal Title II grant, processing and logistics related to management of our Title I, Title II, Title III bilingual immigrant grant, open choice grant, and submission of annual evaluations and communication with the state, tracking and documenting of all professional learning activities for 1,000 plus professional staff, ordering and distribution of resources related to professional learning, development and publication of the annual curriculum and staff calendar, scheduling and coordination of district-based meetings and professional learning workshops, such as all of the various locations for election day, vertical team meetings, etc., receiving and processing of all school readiness applications, the design, publication, and distribution of pre-K, open house flyers, inserts, and materials for parents, coordination and training of all logistics related to district-based technical efficiencies, such as the online program of studies and moving our elementary report cards to PowerSchool, compiling and filing of various state reports to include the strategic school profile, the school readiness data, early childhood, unmet needs report, logistics and support with report writing and data submission for the NIAC recertification of our pre-Ks, technical support to all 16 schools related to the management of the 504 plans and corrections to administrative data and simple troubleshooting of minor errors, receiving and processing of all our state travel requests, our censorship challenges to our curriculum, the movie and media review requests from schools, coordination and planning of our new teacher orientation program, the logistical support for our district leadership team meetings that we host, and the development and the distribution of our district development plan, and coordination on community projects such as the MLK celebration, work with the Hannock House, and programs we have currently running with American Legion. And that was just a list off the top of my head today.
This is
for one office.
This is one of the things we've gotten a lot in the emails is, why don't you write more grants? Eliminate these people and write more grants. These are the people that are doing our grants. And the grants don't necessarily, they don't exist in the same way that people think grants exist, I think. Maybe there was a time. Yeah, exactly. But the other piece that I'd add to this, just Paul talked about his office. My worry with this, in Gretchen's office, if we make a clerical mistake, it's costing us more than $175,000.
Because we don't write the IDEA grant, we manage the IDEA grant, and that's a daily, task that's taken on by one person, in addition to some other things, but that is her primary responsibility, along with our Medicaid reimbursement. And so I have support people in the office that are highly specialized and knowledgeable in the areas in which they work. And the third person that's in my office that is that specialized takes care of all the legal work that comes through with special ed.
The fourth largest federal education grant spending-wise is Medicaid, which people don't realize. The amount that goes out to the schools to manage special education.
And not to say that I think this should be cut, but I do have a question. Why would it, because that is specialized, the work you need, would it need to be one per major office?
No, I mean, this is one of those things that we looked at where we've talked about what would we do. We were trying to come up with, again, that big list. And trust me, everybody will say, why aren't you cutting special education? I'm not special education. Well, I heard that, but why aren't you cutting central office? That's where the cut should be made. And there's, this is kind of, yeah.
All set? Okay. The next piece we'll take a look at is custodial services, reducing custodial part-time staff by 15%. Currently, our custodial service at the schools is provided by 80 full-time custodians, 34 part-time custodians. Our full-time custodial staffing is at a contracted minimum level of 80. The reduction would eliminate 15% of our part-time custodial staffing. Again, the impact would be on the timeliness of certain activities at the school, and it would impact each of our schools.
I think we get this one also similar for the maintenance, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the maintenance, remember also, we've already cut one maintenance position in Tom's budget rolling over the $2.1 million reduction. We've already cut one position. This would cut another maintenance position. The impact would be not only would work orders take longer to complete, but we'd also look at additional costing having to outservice for emergencies. We don't always have the luxury of having something wait for 4 days while a classroom, if there's a water issue or if there's an electrical issue.
This is yet another example of a long conversation we've had in the past about maintenance positions and outsourcing, insourcing, and needing people to run and leaky this and old buildings.
Let me ask you about, this reminds me that I think someone had mentioned that something had gotten renegotiated or something so that the maintenance people could work outside of the school. There's some change.
We shifted over on the contract. We've been able to shift over some of our staff to a second shift position. Again, primarily looking at those positions that can't interact during the day. Plumbing, electrical, where it's not feasible that if we're doing electrical work, we're going to be having kids in the classroom in the building. So we've shifted over some of our staff to a second shift because it just provides a greater flexibility. And we appreciate their support in this. They've been fantastic in doing this. It provides greater access to the schools and greater flexibility. But again, this is one of those things where we've just recently been doing it about the last 4 months. And so to go ahead and cut in addition to this would really be, it's going to impact the programs that we're putting in place.
Yeah, and I wasn't advocating cutting it so much as I remember that part of the problem was it could take you a year to get something painted or
Absolutely.
whatever. So is that at least looking
Yes,
like it's better?
Absolutely, yeah, we're able to get more of the work orders lined up and done, because again, we're not having to work around kids or wait to breaks because we have to do something during the day.
So in the long run, maybe there's some cuts to be had, but right now, my sense is the backup
Maybe in the
is
long
the
run,
backup.
but again, we remember that, some of our buildings are, the maintenance is a pretty regular occasion with some of our buildings, and so there's a lot of work to be done.
Okay, folks, so now, as I understand it, we're going to go back, if people wish, to review items that were still on our, if people still had questions, I guess let's do this. I will go through the items that we did not take off the table, and if people want to ask any additional questions for more information, that's fine, and certainly if people have all the data information they need on this particular item, we can move on. Does that sound? Yes. All right? All right, so E1, magnet teachers was something. Anyone want to talk about magnet teachers?
I actually would,
And-
go ahead. No, I was just going to say, I wasn't sure how I felt. My sense from all the emails and some of the testimony tonight is that actually all of this has been all of their role has been quite central in the creation of a magnet program. But I just wanted to follow up with you guys to say, because we had asked something about accreditation and that kind of stuff. My sense, again, from what everybody has said over the past week, is that in fact it would compromise the magnet school, the quality of the magnet school. But again, because time has gone by, I just wondered if there was any feedback.
Yeah, I'd still maintain we won't know that until we get feedback, until you apply and come back. But I agree with you that I certainly get the sense that the belief is that these would hurt our program significantly.
All right, I just have to add, we made a promise. We had a young man read to us, or someone had a brochure tonight. We made a promise, and people made the choice to leave their neighborhood school to come to these schools. I know several of us on the board have gone outside of our neighborhood school. When our family did it, I know it was a decision of great gravity. I've often compared it to leaving a church, to leave our neighborhood school that we know and love right across the street from our house to go to another one 3 miles away. So we've encouraged people to do this, and now to pull this out and water it down, I think I've really heard the message that would not be a way to go.
This next item on that list was E4, Suzuki programming.
We're just asking for additional questions. No decisions are being made, right?
Correct. If you wanted, we've reviewed this once. If you want any additional information, we've already talked about this. There's no need to review it unless you certainly wish to. All right. The next are the M's. The middle school M1, M2, and 3 are still one. M1 is reduced reading teachers. Yeah, it just wasn't on the list. So that's, again, M2 is unified arts dropped to 1 class per day.
I don't have a question so much as I just want to say the same thing, that I didn't think I wanted it, but just so everybody knows, this was unanimous. I mean, there's not a single letter or piece of testimony that said anything other than the last thing you should do is cut this. Right? I mean, we would not, it seems to me, we would not be representing the people of the town if we were to cut this. So it's just something that I hadn't realized before, so I'm just sort of letting everybody know that at least that's where the sentiment of the town is.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that too, because I originally thought this was going to be a cut for me, my perspective, and my son, just bring my experience to the table. He enjoys this, but I still thought it was worth a cut, because it's not about me. It's about, but after hearing the testimony and what the what the town really wants. This is $1 million savings. That's why it's significant. I don't take it lightly, but I think the people have spoken on this one.
And then M3, the increase in class size to the middle schools through different schedule model.
I have a question on this one, too. Again, I would say 9/10 of the sentiment has been to keep the team model. But where the difference has been is in 8th grade. And I know that you said we'd lose some of it if we didn't do both, but what if we did just 8th grade? What would the savings be?
Not a lot, because your cost savings come from the ability to be able to staff across grade levels. For example, to save staffing by having an English teacher who might teach 3 classes of 7th grade and 2 classes of 8th grade. By doing it just at 8th grade, you might be saving 0.2 here, 0.2 there, but not enough significantly to I would argue, make that kind of decision.
If that's the case, and I hear you, can I just say, assuming that we don't then support it as a group, I don't know where we're going to vote, but I mean, assuming that we say no because, in fact, most people have argued for the importance of teams, particularly for 7th grade. Can I just ask that sometime maybe next year we look at this question about the usefulness of teams in 8th grade as a pedagogical argument? Because the argument against it has not been budgetary. It's important for 8th graders to start feeling more autonomy. They feel more comfortable when they get to high school when they've done this. I'm agnostic on this question. But if you're agreed that cutting 8th grade teams doesn't make any sense without cutting 7th grade teams, and at least everything I've heard is that it would be very problematic both from the teacher's point of view and the student's point of view and the families to cut it in 7th grade, then I would say even if we don't support this as a cut, could we look at the question separately as a pedagogical question in the future?
Sure. We can look at the structure of that going forward, sure.
You control the agenda.
Yes, that's perfectly
You tell
fine.
me, we put it on.
Yep.
That's there's some things that I've experienced that I don't enjoy about the team process as a parent, as a customer. And I've seen some things, and quite honestly, as a Board of Ed member, it really drives me crazy. And we don't have the power to tell principals what to do. But I would really try to look at these teams. These teams, they're so separate that they really can't even interact with each other at lunch and things like that, and that drives me crazy. This is not a cell block, and every time I hear it's about control. Well, I really don't care. You get the kids under control, do what you have to do. If teams want to cross-pollinate their emotional and whatever I don't want to go down that road.
You got a lot of
kind of went down
here,
there.
but
Yeah,
that's
no, I
okay.
went down the wrong.
No, I understand.
Stick with the car
kids-
metaphors.
Yeah, the kids really want, and I think it's important that they should be able to do that.
Mark, as with anything, as you know, there's some groups that do it well. There's some groups that may still struggle with it, and so it's a situation that we can certainly look at.
All right, so that's on our list for future review. Mr. Moore, thank you. Moving on to the H's. Increase high school class size. Any questions, additional comments about that one?
If I could just say one thing, we did have our class size, we did our FT meetings all day Monday with the 2 high school principals to try to break it down. And, we tightened it already in the budget. We've got some large class sizes that I look at my team that was all in the meeting. I do not feel comfortable. I mean, we haven't increased class size at the elementary and the middle. We've got some tough decisions on courses to run right now that we've got 12 kids in, but it's AP Chinese. We've made a commitment to them, just like, as you said very well, Dave, you make a promise to people. Now senior year, only 12 people. and the same thing happened in another course and another course, and we've just got some tough choices to make right now. Further cuts would mean courses not running, without a doubt.
Okay, and then we have H3, eliminate ask.
All right, I seem to be the only one who still has questions, so I apologize, but, okay. You said that if we didn't have ask, there are alternative programs, and I just wanted to press you on that. There are Conard students who don't have ask. What do they do? Does it meet their needs as well as ask has clearly met the needs of these people? I mean, people are testifying for all kinds and writing about all kinds of positions, but no one's crying except for the ask people. And I was ready to get rid of it. These two unbelievably amazing men are retired anyway. There's all kinds of reasons to get rid of it, but the kinds of testimony about people who would not otherwise have made it, who made it in this program, I really would like a concrete sense from you of what is going to happen to those kinds of kids, not those specific kids who I understand we can follow through until they graduate, but what happens to the next group of borderline problem kids that aren't in Achieve or whatever. And again, since Conard has already done this, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, and it's an impossible thing to speak to because, I mean, you heard the testimony about Jim Solomon. You've heard the testimony about Jerry Kogan, and I can't minimize what they've done for people over the years. I can't. And if Ask runs next year, those two are going to have a dramatically positive impact on kids' lives. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So it would be something less. I would say that, I guess as a matter of explanation, Ask has always been, and I believe this, and people can disagree about training things or anything else. Once they're gone, that program's not going to exist. You're not going to replace it with other people. I just don't think you are. And the reason is because Connections was the program at Conard. 4 people started it. They worked together in it, one in each discipline. It was a very similar model. Both programs were bigger than they are now. The Connections program, I knew all the people. They all are still teachers. But after 6, 7, 8, 10 years, the emotional investment, it was, okay, I'm going to move back into general education. I'm going to expand what I teach. Maybe just people do that. And then when you brought in the next generation, something was lost. And then you had to replace a couple of other teachers that were on it, and it just never had that same, it's one of those things where, when somebody starts something and they own a program, it's just not, you don't replace it in the same way. So, those kids would end up, we'd have increased counseling support, we'd have social worker support for those kids. You try to get to know the kids, which is what, Conard's done something really successfully. We've called it the Blitz, where freshman year, and it's expanded to Hall certainly, where every kid that's got a D or an F or in a course at first quarter, they're flagged. Julia runs a report. This goes back 10 years when we were there. You flag them. If it's 1 F, the school counselor has to speak to them, 1 F or D. If it's 2, department supervisor has to talk to them. If it's 3 or more, I was as the principal, or Paul was, with the idea of, okay, are we always keeping an eye on these kids and trying to find that right thing? So I can't directly answer your question because it's almost a, how do I prove a negative in that? So no, I can't say that those kids would have the same experience. I can't.
Just how can you prove it is because Conard's doing it in Hall. Conard's doing it without it. So that's the proof in the pudding. Are there any lives in danger? I hope not. Obviously, I mean, I don't even want to talk that way. But do they have the support? Is there a channel? Is there an environment for those kids to succeed in that arena, that they, whatever infliction, whatever that is bothering them, do they have that opportunity to succeed and have a channel at Conard? So the answer, I hope, is yes. So the same, it's like having two furnaces in your house together. One goes out, you put the other one on, you figure out what the problem is and you fix it yourself. It's the same. You have two high schools here. You see what's working, and if it's working, then you possibly can.
I'd look to Gretchen. I don't want to force her into answering this question, but she's been at Hall. So I'm answering this from the direct. Yes, at Conard, I was there when Connections went away, so I can talk about what happened. Gretchen's been
So
there.
those students who would currently be attending the ASK program, I think that if ASK were to go away, a number of them would probably be a little bit more willing to go over to REACH, which is an all-day alternative program. Right now, as a Hall student, they don't necessarily want to go across town to go to the REACH program. Number one, they're leaving Hall and the identity of Hall. It changes things, and they don't want to do that. They still want to be able to connect with after-school activities at Hall and things like that. I think we could capture some of those kids. Some would say, forget it, I'll just manage, and they'll exist and they'll get through, but they wouldn't necessarily thrive like we see them doing.
I mean, I guess, so that actually does suggest that there is a difference between the two schools in that.
They both have equal opportunity to go to REACH.
Right, but they wouldn't necessarily, right, there's an opportunity at Conard to switch into a program that is still there.
Yes.
And that doesn't exist at Hall. I mean, the thing that troubles me about your answer, and I don't mean this critically, is that when Liz Devine left Hall, the Human Rights Program was like, well, Liz Devine was the Human Rights Program. And she was, as far as I'm concerned. Nevertheless, we would never say, oh, let's dismantle the Human Rights Program because no one's like Liz Devine. No one is like Liz Devine, but we are committed to the program. If Mike Davis ever leaves Strive, I can't imagine Strive. I know. But the point is that Strive is a program that is important, and if it's not going to be Mike Davis, we're going to have to find somebody else who's just as good. If it's not going to be Liz Devine, we have to find a way to keep it. So I'm uneasy about saying ASK is those two people. It has been those two people. But if the program, what I heard from those kids, from those people who were kids in the ASK program, was that they were not flourishing. In fact, they were really not sure they could survive in a normal atmosphere, traditional play, and that this was an alternative program within the school. And it seems to me that those kinds of kids still exist. And I'm just concerned that if we say, oh, well, the two great teachers are gone, let's dismantle the program, that other kids who might survive and might not, and won't go across town, are in fact going to be lost. And that really, really troubles me in a way I hadn't anticipated when I first heard it.
I can't disagree with somebody's emotional response to what their life's been, and I'm not advocating for Ask to be cut, or it would have been on my list of cuts. The reason I think it is a program is now you have two people. The reason I think it is about the people, and I'd love to say, yeah, we're going to put other people in, but human rights, we can say we've still maintained the program. The kids don't in the same way. The numbers are down. So I mean, there is a effect, and one of the things that's happened, and I don't mean that as a slam on any teacher now or anything else, but there is an impact on things. One of the things that I think, if you look at the ASK program, just look at the number of periods now. People are talking about, a lot of the people talking had this in the past. It's different now than it was then, just in pure breadth and depth and time. It's already not the same program. Can you call something a program that's how many periods a day?
2.
2 periods a day? I mean, this is really a personal impact of those people. I'm sorry, it's not a program in the same way. It's 3 people that have a dramatic impact. So, you know, I think that there would be a testimonial. There's a couple people here. Rob Sersosimo spoke earlier. I can bring 20 people forward that will tell you Rob Sersosimo saved their life. He's a football coach. You know, I mean, but that would be the story. So I do think that this is, and your point is well taken. Are these people going to be lost otherwise? The other thing I'd say is, besides having reach, we didn't have school psychologists in the same numbers. We didn't have social workers in the same numbers. We didn't have school counselors that did the same things that they do today from what we're talking about from 10, 15, 20 years ago. I don't know if you
And other teachers who are also having an impact on kids and reaching them. And so we would take that group of students and we would find places for them. And it's a testimony to our school counselors who would work really hard to make that happen and coordinate that effort.
Yeah, it's not, I totally agree with you. I'm just saying that it also sounds to me that there's a curricular shift or an approach or something that is different. And again, I just want to make sure that even if it's a question of, you know, for example, is it possible to have, is it called REACH? In both schools. I have no idea if this is a realistic thing, but if that, I just want to make sure that curricular alternatives, whatever, for kids who are having those sorts of issues are being provided.
Yeah, your point is very well taken. Just one clarifying point on REACH, and this is, REACH isn't in Conard. It's in a building on the Conard campus. So it's not a part of the school day. It is a self-contained environment.
The hours are different, the teachers, the courses.
Transportation's different, the time of the day is different.
Logical for these kids, if they feel like they're not fired.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, but I was just trying to get to the point where you're saying that Conard kids were not as resistant. So now I understand.
And that's why it's a proximity issue. And also, I know because I sat on the SST team, SSPT team at Hall for a long time, we do look at those trends and we do look at those numbers. And that team meets once a week, all of the professionals in the building that touch those students who are at risk. And they look at ways that they can program and watch them and track them and help them to be successful. So none of those students would fall through the cracks. They wouldn't disappear. They would be a different type of intervention.
And I guess what I want to say, just final thing I'll say to answer your question, Cheryl, I'm not saying in any of this to slam ask. I'm saying it more of those kids are taken care of at Conard without, I do believe there's a commitment to these kids. And that's not to say ask shouldn't exist. I'm just saying.
The only thing that I am concerned about, though, is I can understand if this is a group of students who are struggling so much, to ask them to go across town is another layering on for them. I think that's a very difficult thing. And it sounds like these 2 people are inspirational. I don't know, that's not something you can just go and find and replace. I understand that. But I am concerned still that they won't feel as though they're a part of something. It's important to me that they thrive, not just stay there, but that they can, have that opportunity. But that does concern me. I think they would feel different going across town to.
Then you make it about a teacher, right? And not a program. Because, you can't plug and play. If these 2 particular teachers aren't there, you replace them with 2 others, the program doesn't exist, right? So then you really need to have a program and not teachers.
I completely agree. I was just saying in this case, it sounds, when I listen to everyone, they refer to those teachers. That's what you hear about. They are
And I get it, so
representing the
and
program,
it's
I think.
fantastic, but, so what, well, I guess we ask these questions, but, so now, if REACH is there at Conard, it's separate, I get it, but if we have the same resources here with counselors, it's about a programmatic issue, not a teacher issue, because you should be able to plug and play teachers, right? Because if you have a history teacher that got sick for 4 months, God forbid, you can put another history. Learning may be different, but you're still learning.
It sounds like a case of these testimonies are historically based, and yet we have a new and robust alternatives at Hall that we didn't have in those. So it's sort of two different stories, and the arguments are compelling, but I think they don't really kind of bear out. But any other questions about ask before we move on? All right. Eliminate 1 high school library media specialist, H4. Any questions?
No, the testimony today was actually really helpful on that, because I was not clear about whether or not it would, it might be okay, and I found that really helpful with the description.
H5, the reduction of P requirements from 1.5 to 1.25. People have all the data they need. And again, we've been getting, since we've met last time, we've had, dozens and dozens of emails, and many of them touching on a lot of these pieces. So I appreciate people running in about with that. All right, so that gets us to the end of what we reviewed last time, and we've caught up what we have this time. So what's remaining are additional items. There are 2 big ticket items I think we should probably review first that were raised. One is the question of opening up the teacher contract for a freeze, and the second is and then the money, right, thank you, the money of whether or not, the question about the governor's pension, whether or not it's going to come back to us. So and then there's a lot of other smaller pieces as well. But anyway, first about the freezing teacher salaries. Questions, comments? Again, this isn't necessarily directed at you all. This is sort of for our own, you guys can weigh in.
So, the teacher contracts, again, I'll go back to what is the least impact to the classroom, right? And what, again, I use plug and play. If the money came back to us from the state and it was turned back on to the same limits we had last year, for argument's sakes, right? You can turn that freeze back on very easily. But if you go ahead and start hitting programs, and I just use this for colorful language here, if we get rid of Quest and half-day kindergarten, although we decided not to, those things you can't turn on as quickly. Okay, so if the money came back and we decided tomorrow to go half-day kindergarten, those teachers are going to be notified, the budget comes through, and such. So you don't turn full-day kindergarten on just like that. With a teacher's contract, if they were able and willing to come to the table and say, yes, let's talk about it. But to this point, it hasn't been a conversation. And I think it's important that we have at least an open dialogue with why and what the president sets for that. I heard someone say today that, you're going to affect our families, and I understand that. These are no light decisions. I'm going to go back to the real world. People haven't gotten raises in a long time out there, and they're surviving. They're not protected by contracts. Most people leave jobs for pay increases, for significant pay increases. So I'm just putting it out there that it's the least impact to the classroom, zero impact to the classroom. And I think they should at least come to the table and we have an adult discussion about it. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying, yes, we want to do it. No, we don't want to do it. I just open it and just come to the table. Well, you want to talk about that first? Because then there's a correlation to the state budget and such. So you want me to talk about that? Or do you want to talk about the contract? Okay, fine.
I'll weigh in since I've been big mouth so far.
Not big mouth. We'll all just take our turn.
There you go. All right. I think, you're absolutely right that it's the easiest thing to roll back if we change. Here's my hesitation about asking.
even asking. And that is, we did ask, not we, because I wasn't on the board, but the board asked in, I think, 2011 for them to take a freeze, and they did. And we've slowed down step movement because we did. That's what each negotiation has been about. And it seems to me that we've done all that negotiation in good faith on both sides. And we've asked for cuts, and they've asked for more, and we've negotiated, and it seems to me that they've done that. And the freeze, they've done that. And so the result is, I mean, if you are anything but a first-year teacher in West Hartford, you earn less than Avon, Farmington, Glastonbury, Simsbury. I mean, if you look across the earning scale, they already earn substantially less than districts elsewhere. I mean, the teachers here. And it just seems to me that if we want to keep the unbelievably dedicated teachers that we have, we can't keep coming to them and saying, you need another cut, you need another cut. I totally understand the pressure, but I feel like we have asked them a lot to take hits. And I'm not persuaded that it's fair to ask them to take another hit. It now takes West Hartford teachers longer to get to the top step than anywhere else.
We shortened it.
We shortened it.
Shortened it.
We did shorten it, but it's still.
No, we're pretty much in line.
Yeah, we did that this contract.
That's for teachers who are starting
Who are starting now.
Now.
Starting
Yeah,
now,
yeah, yeah.
yes.
No, but teachers who are here, it's taking longer, and so the difference is, I mean, I have numbers here, and I'm happy to share them, but people know what they are. So in 16-17, which is our year now, if you're on, say, if everybody started in 2005, these are the numbers that I happen to have, right? By 16-17, they'd be making $66,000 in West Hartford. They'd be making $101,000 in Avon. They'd be making $85,000 in Farmington. They'd be making $96,000 in Glastonbury, and they'd be making $92,000 in Simsbury. And we asked them for a freeze already 5 years ago. And we asked for all sorts of cuts and negotiations this year in their contract. So I'm really reluctant to ask them to do more because I feel like everybody has to do their part, but they're already doing it. So that's just my take on whether or not we should ask them.
There's a couple of other quick points that I'll add. First of all, thanks for bringing it up. I think it's important to have, to talk about all of the above. So a couple things. One, they've been asked to open the contract and they said no. So they're not going to open it. So they won't take. That's in some ways. It's off the table. Two, the question about which I think may tie into the question about getting money back, whether or not we get it from the state, is that it would be kind of a kind of short-term loan argument, right? About if we were to cut the 2.3, whatever it is, $3 million, and then we'd get the money back, then we could get the teachers back. Well, we also have a reserve fund in town that could also serve to do that. We could use that instead of cutting teachers, freezing teacher salaries. Three, I think there's an argument about that there will be a direct impact in the classroom over time, because if we continue to freeze salaries and cut salaries, we're not going to be able to continue to attract the best teachers, and therefore the quality of teaching that we so esteem in the district is also going to be will also diminish, and that's not good for the teachers. In addition to what she said,
I appreciate that, and I don't think it was formally asked by the Board of Education by you. So that's Tom's asking. I was asking that the Board of Ed request. Okay, that's, I don't know. No, I get it, right? So the quality of teachers. Well, I got to tell you, I spent a lot of time in this seat, and it'll be tomorrow, very soon, and we have heard about the quality of teachers in this district. And those quality teachers, and they set us apart from the Avons and Farmingtons that make more money, right? Why do they come here? Because of our school system, right? Because we have a great system, we have a great foundation, and those teachers get an experience through this district like no other, right? Because of the accolades that we've heard for days and days and hours and emails and emails. So I don't want to throw that quality of teacher in there because we're asking for a freeze, because those quality teachers exist now, they will continue to exist. I just think that it's important that they come to the table. Like, do I think that the town should come to the table as well with things? I absolutely do. We can't be in this alone. And I have tried to pay attention to the town and what they're doing, and I tried to watch it on TV the other day and it wasn't on. So I haven't got a great feeling about, you know, everybody coming together to try to work on this budget. And, you know, it's going to take the town, the Board of Ed, the teachers, the firefighters, the police. I think we're all in this together. We're not in it separately. It's not, I'm pointing fingers at the teachers and I'm pointing fingers at a particular program. It's not about that. It's not about going backwards. It's about, you know, just doing the responsible thing for the taxpayers of Connecticut, or West Hartford. For everyone that doesn't want any cuts and wants 4 more programs, there's you know, the person living on a fixed income that can't afford it, has no kids, and is just red in the face with disgust on how can we keep raising. Because at some point, we pay more to protect our schools, right? And eventually, our taxes will continue to rise. You know, there's an inverse where home values will start decreasing because taxes increase, right? And there's towns I could name all over this country that that's happened to. I don't want that to happen to West Hartford. There is going to be a point where you can't afford to live in West Hartford, and people will have to move out. So what does West Hartford look like at 10 years from now? Is it the community, the diverse community you want it to look like if we continue to raise big taxes? I don't know the answer to that. I certainly don't want to see that, right? We want to live in a community that looks like what West Hartford looks like today. We don't want it to be the next Detroit, because, and I'm not saying we'd go down there, but that's an example. And there's a fine line of where that taxes versus home values is. And I just want, you know, if they don't come to the table, that's fine, I get it, but I think we should do, in my opinion, I'm only one vote, obviously, that we should just ask a formal, you know, question and have a discussion. Nothing against Tom, not in a closed door with Tom, just, you know, maybe with the 7 of us in executive session, and I don't know, have a meaningful conversation. It's a big number. It's $4 million.
Just official disclaimer, because my wife is an employee of the district, I'm recusing myself from this conversation with a blank face and no reactions anyway, so thank you.
May I ask a question, Rick, regarding attrition in the district? How do we compare with the way other districts in our DERG, other schools?
In terms of turnover?
Yeah, in terms of.
You know, I'd have to take a look at what some, you know, we provide that data to the board every year, but I could take a look at how we compare to other districts. So we're at roughly about 4 to 5% a year, which includes retirements. So we average about 15 to 25 retirements a year. So that makes up the larger portion of that number. But it's dropped significantly over the last 12, 10, 9, 8 years. Used to be 8, 9, 10%, and it's dropped off pretty good. Yeah.
And Chip, to be clear, the numbers, I think for the freeze would be something more like 2.7, 2.9 million?
Yeah, so if we were to do a freeze, you would freeze everyone's salary, plus you would freeze everyone's health benefits, premium cost share. That's what we do with the last time, so that their net take-home pay is the same. And the net savings of that between the salary savings and the loss in balance of the loss of higher revenues is $2.8 million for everybody. That's all employees in the district.
Not just teachers,
So the 4.1 that you're talking about, Mark, is the total increase in salaries, and that's not That's a combination of additional positions, additional TAs, additional paras, as well as salary increases.
Salaries increase, roll forward 4.1.
Right, and if we were to freeze, you'd still have $1.3 million increase in salaries. Because of additional people and the higher number of TAs and paras and a variety of things.
And am I correct? I mean, I didn't say this before, but another reason that I'm reluctant to ask about this is that it's not like this is a one-year problem in the budget. I mean, my concern is that if we ask for a freeze, it's a one-time shot. So if we ask, let's say they say okay, and we get the 2.8 million, we're still in the same boat next year. So I'm just.
Yeah, you're right. This is, regardless of, this is foreseen for a long time. This is not going away. So, to Chip and Tom's point earlier is that after this, there's no more cuts, right? I get that. I don't even want to make these cuts. But the problem's not going away. It's just getting shifted, okay? Because that money is still a deficit. And that deficit will continue this year and 5 years out. And this board, not going to look like this next year, but is going to have the same problems. I'm not saying freeze teachers 2 years in a row. I'm not saying that. It's just that we're in precarious times right now because there's rumor out there and a bill may be supported, whether we get the refunded levels of what we had last year or this year. And that's rumored, because right now it's a finger in the dike. Because that's all they're doing right there by restoring that money. Because now it's going to come back and we're going to have to sit at this table again and have these tough discussions where maybe if we made some particular cuts this year, right? Ones that aren't really popular but help with the town, right? And the cuts next year may not be so bad, because we took a larger chunk than we should have or could have, or that I don't think, if we took a larger chunk this year, right, we know that potentially we may not have to make just as large cut next year. So by just doing nothing and going with Tom's proposal, I think, first of all, we're going on speculation, right? Because we don't know what's going to happen. And then what? So if we go on speculation, and it's good authority, but yet that money doesn't come back to us, then what? Then we've made a decision here in April that we really can't.
Yeah, so while we're sort of broaching into the government, the government revenue side, let me just sort of, I had a meeting with the town manager today to talk a little bit about what we're going to do on this particular thing. And we both came to the agreement that, there is at this point in time no legislative support for the teacher pension, the $8 million. There is no real desire to use the governor's ECS formula. And there is no real interest on the state legislature side to deal with the excess cost. Now, they don't have solutions to the overall budget problem, but there are a variety of ways that they perhaps could come up with a solution. But I mean, the general sense is that, the first cut that you should make on April 4th is to take that $5.8 million that, we identified as related to the governor's budget change and just take that right out of the budget. So, I mean, you're just going to cut the 5.8. Doesn't impact the things that you're talking about here, but just to get it clean, and then the town council will deal with any ramifications, but they're not going to know anything farther by the 24th.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, that does impact what we're talking about. If we take the 5.8, but this whole conversation about freezing salaries is entirely about that, right? Because if we don't include that, we're back to just Tom's 4.65.
You're at 4.65%, but I mean,
right?
The same point, by taking that away, it's just this conversation to have with the town council, but I mean, that's the starting point really, is to take that 5.8 million off the top. And then you're down to a much, because no other districts are really, are including this in that budget. The expectation is it's all going to go away. We don't know what it's going to be replaced with, but this particular assumption that we've got should just go away.
So to be clear, we're hearing, and I've confirmed this too, that the town council is the town council. The town manager has said to us that we should not include this in our budget.
Correct.
And therefore, if we get hit in the future, the town council, will deal with whatever this comes towards. And also, to be clear, we are doing something. We're doing, already, if we were to vote and approve the superintendent's budget as it is, this is the deepest cut, as I understand, that we've done to a roll forward budget in about a decade. So this is and this is not even including other smaller cuts that we may do. But the whole conversation about these additional consideration budget reductions that we've been doing so diligently tonight and previous nights is really a response to that pension money that now we're talking about not coming. So just to be clear, one very clear option is not to include that in the budget.
Correct. To
look at and have a conversation on Tuesday about the superintendent's roll forward budget plus the tightening of currently $2.1 million, which again is doing quite a bit. And that preserves all of these other programs that we're having a conversation about. That's not to say we can't do other additional trims, but this is to the other point about the pension, that piece. So there's, again, doing our due diligence on this, hearing from the legislator, hearing from the town manager. This is a very clear option for us moving forward that sustains our school in current status. Any other questions about those two items, that the pension piece and the freezing piece? I'm getting a clear signal that we're not going to be asking as a board collectively to the teachers union to ask them to open up their contract to ask for a freeze. Is that a fair statement? I know with noting Mark's objection, I'm assuming Jay's objection to that. Okay, so Cheryl has some additional smaller pieces to review.
Okay, this is for the sake of our insomniac watching audience. Just to be clear that we really are paying attention to all your letters and comments. We received lots and lots of suggestions for cuts, and we haven't discussed them here because we got them in letters, and we wanted to be transparent about the conversation. And so what I did was I grouped the suggestions that we got into different categories just to answer people that we are paying attention. There were things that people suggested that we legally cannot do. So I just need to be clear. For example, someone suggested we ignore the mandates. We can't do that. That we close the magnet schools. We can't do that because they're mandated by law because of integration issues and racial balancing. We had a suggestion that parents pay for busing. That's not a legal option. That we charge students for taking more than 7 courses. We can't legally do any. There are several of those sorts of suggestions that we got that we understand the proposal, but they're not on the table because they're not legal. The second set of suggestions that we got were actually things that we have discussed in the past. We've concluded either they don't make sense financially or they're problematic pedagogically. And so, again, we haven't discussed them here, but we did hear you. For example, several people suggested going to a 180-day school year rather than the 182, which, again, would compromise teaching time, and we weren't willing to do that. Reassessing risk pools for the health insurance, we hear you, we did that. And apparently we are doing as well as we can, despite the horrible numbers that we're seeing. A few people suggested closing a school, just to say it doesn't save money, actually. It turns out it actually costs more in the short run. In the long run, it makes a very minimal difference logistically, and many, many complications. But by the time you're figuring in busing, et cetera, it doesn't actually save anything. So again, we did discuss it, but it's not on our list. Regionalization was another suggestion, and just to be clear, we do look at that, and the administration looks at that all the time. Regionalization tends to help smaller districts more than larger districts. We are a large district, so we're already regionalized in that sense. But there are places that we do have that there are regional savings, and we already cooperate on those sorts of things through CREC and a couple of other.
I'm glad you mentioned that. It is something for people to note. We're the 9th largest district in the state, so all the regionalization talk we read about, that's really those 500, 800 person districts that people are talking about.
169 districts in the state of, 169 towns in the state of Connecticut. Half of the districts have less than 2,500 kids in them. You know, those are the districts that they're saying, okay, why don't you take this 1,000-student district and this 1,000-student district, so they're looking at the bottom quarter. So take this 800-student district and this 800-student district and make it a 1,600-student district. Okay, that's whole high school. So, I mean, we're already there on the regionalization.
Exactly. What other, okay, a few people suggested that we either reopen or simply walk away from our bus contracts, and that's a non-starter too,
Chip and
because that
Andy have
was
met with.
investigated. Go ahead, if you want to say something about that.
We've actually sat down with one group, and we have another group scheduled for Friday, and we'll talk to them. We're talking with them about options as far as extending the contract down the road to get different payoffs. And so we'll see hopefully some savings from that. But again, we're not talking about huge amounts of savings. They're already very competitive contracts.
And just to be clear, these contracts have already been extended once, so they can't be extended again. So it's going to require the council to take action if we reach an agreement that makes business sense for us to do that. So it's not really in your purview. It may happen later on down the road.
And as I understand it, there's not a lot of, I shouldn't say that out loud because who they're going to listen, but it's not like there's 14 bus companies, and if we don't like the one we have, we can walk. But just, anyway, okay.
We're working our hardest.
We're absolutely. Same with consolidating bus routes. Again, we look at those things every year. Enrollment changes, and so it's not that we're not paying attention, it's that we always pay attention to those things.
Yes, and just so you know, our per pupil transportation expense on regular education side is among the lowest in the state.
Okay, the third category were things that we actually did ask the superintendent to speak on. And one proposal was to have even higher fees for pay-to-play or the athletics, and the other was, what about fees for all the extracurricular activities except those mandated by the curriculum? And not only will he speak to them, there is a handout. Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what you see is the 30 schools that are part of the CCC, which is our athletic league, and the pay-for-play, what different towns charge. And you notice that I thought we'd be the highest. Tolland beat us at 225. Other than that, we're the second highest, but only 9 of the 30 charge anything in pay-for-play for athletics. So this isn't a place where I want to be number one, realistically. In terms of charging, I'll turn it over to Andy because he's done more work with this in terms of, he's investigated all of our music programs, because that's really, we do charge $25 for clubs and activities. We've talked about this. We do charge for some music, and Andy will talk more specifically. I'll just turn it over to you now. Go ahead.
It's late. No, you know what it is? We charge. We do charge activity fees at the middle school and the high school for clubs and activities. We also charge music for Interrel, for example, for 5th graders. We charge $60 for that. At the high school level, our music activities at the high school level are co-curricular. And so there's not a charge for co-curricular. We do charge for clubs and activities such as newspaper, math, Model UN, those types of activities do have a nominal charge with them. You know, the music argument can be made that we especially at the high school level, students and parents are paying, as Dave will attest to, because he's in the same boat I was at, you know, you're paying $1,000 for instruments and such. And so there is that information there as well, that parents are certainly supporting students in those programs.
Yeah, the only additional thing, I kept trying to find it. You're talking about, okay, the musical, because the Pops and Jazz is co-curricular, so we're kind of, okay, now we're down to the Conard musical. I mean, the numbers, you're talking about 40 kids, 50 kids, how much we're talking about $1,000, $2,000 out of this, but not that you don't think of every single thing. But it's not a budget saver, I'll say that.
It's
If you
not a
wanna-
saver, and the musical tends also to cover its expenses. That's how we work it. So it's not like they're a drain on Conard, for that example.
Is that, I thought you wanted to say something before I go to the next category, exciting category. Oh, just for the record, I think it's outrageous that we charge to work on the school newspaper. I mean, I can't even conceive of that.
You should try the basketball bill.
Oh, I know. I have problems with that too, but
I've always thought it's more outrageous that we charge for Habitat for Humanity.
for example, it's not even bring your own hammer. It's, yeah, absolutely. Hungry Bowls, pay up. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's besides the point. The final category was things that we had brought up that hadn't been discussed. One of them was a teacher's contract, and we discussed that, but the other one was our CABE membership. And CABE is the, whatever it stands for, something Boards of Education, Association for, thank you, for Boards of Education. That was a tough one. Anyway, so the question is that we pay membership to CABE. CABE is a wonderful organization, but do we really need to spend the money? And I think it's fairly expensive, right?
Is it
$24,000.
$24,000.
It's based on a per-student basis for the districts.
So, and there may be other things that we belong to that we didn't know, but that was the only other,
Outside of the policy, what else do we use CABE for?
that's,
You attend, you have an option of attending different activities. There's new board member training. Dave, you've been involved, I think, in the annual conference
Right,
diagnostic.
I've gone to the last two annual conferences, learned a lot. It was great, but right, I didn't learn $24,000 worth. In fact, I'm cheap, I've got to say. When I went this last time, it was just me out of the board, and I could stay at the hotel, but I got an Airbnb and paid for it myself. It was half the price. I think as much as I love CABE, and they do offer a lot of good things, if we're looking at all these difficult cuts, it's only fair that we look at our expenditures as well. And this is one where I believe we could make this cut, perhaps some point in the future, bring it back online. But for all the other things that we've been asking folks, it's only fair that we make a cut on our own.
I think actually, in that case, it is only fair that we ask that we ourselves cut our pay in half.
especially if we work over?
Anyway, oops, sorry, that's my whole list of
Any
suggestions.
questions about CABE?
You won't be alone. Other districts have stopped. You will be getting phone calls. I can promise you that.
It'll come to me too. All right. Okay,
So
folks.
so should we put that on the vote list? For April 4th? Okay.
We'll so the next steps, folks. We'll have to put on the vote list together, following things, because we've taken some additional things off and kept other things on and added some things. So we'll make sure everyone is clear on what that looks like prior to April 4th. And as far as the format goes, can you please remind us what the format will be like on Tuesday?
Sure. It's the only thing other than the vote on the budget Tuesday is a financial report, financial examiner's report, which I think it's important for us to, in the theme of the budget, but that is really.
But the format of the vote, the format of the vote itself,
The format of
please.
the vote is you're gonna take a motion to, accept the superintendent's budget of the 166 million, and then are there any changes to that? And then you guys can come up and suggest a change, and you have a second, and then you can vote each of those up and down. You can come with a package of changes. I can run my little spreadsheet, and you can see the subtotals as it goes along. Depends how many cuts you think you're going to end up with at the end of the end of the night.
Yeah, so if you had, say, 15 things left on the list that weren't already definite no's, communicate that to us. We can put that up on the list. You vote on each one. Chip has a yes or no, and it automatically subtracts or adds. And
And you would record the votes on those individual items.
So you'd be voting on each individual
And then you can add, you don't have to give them to me all in advance. If there's something else you want to put in, someone wants to put in on that night, we can obviously add that. But to the extent that you can give me them ahead of time, that would help just get everything organized.
So does that mean, just so I'm clear, that all the things on this list that we've just been debating, the superintendent extra list, that we haven't already agreed to take off, would each come to a vote specifically, or do we have to say we want to vote on these things?
So right now, the way legally it works, the superintendent's budget is the budget, and then you're going to make motions to make changes to that. The only things you're going to vote on are things that people are going to propose and then get seconded. So you can figure out which ones you want on that. And it could be everything that's not on this list that hasn't been taken off this list. It could be a subset of them. You really get to decide which things you want to discuss. I don't, that's your call how you want to arrange that night. If you want to have a complete on the record vote of everything that you haven't written off yet, that's fine. But these were all just additional budget reductions for consideration by the board. None of these have been entered into the record as something for you to take up. You don't have to take up any of these things. You could just say, nope, we're just going to take the superintendent's budget minus the 5.8, first thing that's going up is the 5.8 million. You're going to want to vote on that, and then you could just accept and say we're done. Or you could make then additional motions as you see fit.
Track Cave, you're good to go.
That's right, Cave.
So just to my fellow board members, because I'd like to keep this as public as possible rather than feel like we're maneuvering behind the scenes, can I suggest that maybe each of us go through and send as a group, send to the group the list of things, either on the budget or CABE or whatever, that we do want to potentially take off. And then if it's suggested by any one of us, then that is what calls for a vote. So for example, the full-day kindergarten would not go on that list because no one wants to vote against it. The list may be different for different people, but if everybody puts on the things that they are thinking about considering cutting, then we have a list that's generated that, does that make sense?
I would make a suggestion that we've all agreed on certain items that are off the list, right, off the table. Everything else should be on the list.
Right, we'll circulate.
So then there's no reason for us to say, I suggest this, and then you guys, well, we don't, and we got the power, so it's not going on the list. Just put everything on the list.
I agree.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't need to go through, if you want it public, we don't need to go through emails, and everything that we took off the table, take off.
I agree. I think one thing we'll confirm is the things that are off the
Yes,
table. Make sure that's
it would
all
be
the same.
helpful to have,
Yeah.
for us to have that revised list. And then you can, anybody can make a motion at the table once the thing is on there, if it's already been on the list or if it's something else that's come up at the last minute. This needs a nomination and a second, and then you can have a vote, discussion.
Any other questions? People clear about what's going on next Tuesday, 7 o'clock, back here, April 4?
Ryan Cleary might have some public comment. He stayed for shouldn't he get?
Ryan, you get, yeah. And I see Carol's daughter's there too.
Exactly.
We got here an hour and a half too early. Sorry,
And
guys.
I would say congratulations, because Chip would be the record keeper, but this has to be the longest meeting during your tenure.
This is my longest meeting.
Yes.
I believe there were some meetings when they closed Smith, or were deciding whether to close Smith or Charter Oak in the 1970s that went a little bit long.
But so it's a 40-year record. Congratulations.
All right, guys. We're adjourned.
Yeah.
you.